Hi, my name is Mark Griffin. I'm the owner of Griff's Bar and Billiards, located in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I've known Mark for about 25 years in the industry, and I must say I'm very impressed. The memorabilia he has on the walls, the quality of the tables that he uses, and the equipment that he offers his players is probably second to none.
The business was opened up because I wanted to give the game the respect that it's due, and I didn't feel that any of the rooms in Las Vegas provided that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the finals of our second annual $1,000 entry, 580 and under. This is going to be one race to 15. We've got Susan Williams versus Steven Lingafelter. Both players from Arizona. Susan kind of representing the Phoenix, Glendale area, I believe. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Steven Lingafelter is a little further south, down near Sierra Vista, Tucson area. Yeah. Both players have had one, pardon my language, hell of a tournament so far. We've seen a lot of ups and downs, ins and outs. And these two have proven that they deserve to be exactly where they are. I believe Steven paid his entry fee, his $1,000 entry fee to get here. Susan, however, qualified via a tournament in Arizona. So I want to say like $50, $80, $100, something like that, got her here.
Nice.
She's in all of the side pots. They're both in all of the side pots. So this match, we've got $14,000 for first, $6,000 for second, so $20,000 just in tournament payouts for these two. And then we've got an additional $12,400 in side pot money. Now I will let you guys in on a little secret. Both players decided to chop just the side pot, which I think is a good idea because it's such a drastic pay jump between both places. So each player is getting $6,200 guaranteed from the side pots.
And the fact that the side pot was winner take all.
Correct.
Yeah.
All three side pots were winner take all.
Yeah.
So we got rack number one, Susan to break. There was a $100, $200, and $300 side pot. All three were winner take all. So they were steep side pots.
Do I need to refresh everything? Like all the groups? Like, you know, don't...
I know you're asking.
So guys, tell us how, let's make sure that for this, the audio, the video, everything is rocking. So tell us how everything looks and sounds. We want to make sure that this is the best experience for you here with the finals. So Susan got in with a $150 qualifier.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Tim say something?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Tim, for clarifying that.
So basically, she's in for $750, and she stands to win
over $12,000.
At least $12,000.
Minimum $12,200.
Yeah.
Minus the $2,200 commentator tip. So she's leaving with at least $10,000. We've been joking about that, but we're having fun with these guys.
Yeah. Okay, she's got a lot of traffic there to get behind, and she does. So, Steve's going to kick at it over off this side rail. Calls the one ball inside, which tells me he's going 1, 2, 3 rails behind the one and trying to kick it out to the side pocket. He actually did not, though. Needed to get a little different on that ball. So Susan gets the first opportunity at the table to really try to pocket some balls and do some damage here. And immediately, you know, the 1, 2, very manageable, but getting to the 3, it's going to take a little thought. It looks like she's playing safe. Yeah, she did. So that's an example. Even though this isn't a 3-foul tournament, 3 fouls not one of the rules they're playing here. She just wanted to push the ball away so that she'd have a better opportunity when she gets back to the table, and the hope is that she gets back with ball in hand. I don't know if Steve can hit this coming one rail like he's trying. The other shot would be to shoot it up by where he's standing over towards that pocket and come 1, 2 rails. And he's got a good chance of hitting the balls. So that top left pocket, if he kind of curled that pocket a little bit, brought the cue ball down into the 1, that would be a pretty good shot. And he could actually slide off of that over toward the 10. I might even consider calling 10. Of course, he is left-handed. It makes it a harder shot. But at righty, that's a really good shot. I think he did call. He may have called the 10. All right, what are the predictions out there? Who do you guys like? Who do you think? Who do you got?
I'll take Susan for $5.
All right, done.
I'll tell you what.
I got Steve.
I'll tell you what. I'll take Susan for 10.
No, I'm not leaving here a loser to you, Ben.
Oh my gosh, you're not even going to give me a chance to win anything. All right, fair enough.
All right,
I guess
fine. $10.
So I'm either stuck 15 or I'm up 5.
I'll tell you what. Minimum bet 200. You want to take two for 200? I'm just kidding.
Can I get the break
not gonna
bar
high roll
table
ya.
9 ball for 200?
I'm not gonna high roll you.
What about that, Joey? Can I get the breaks playing bar table 9 ball?
Your last name is Breaks, so no, you cannot
My
get
last
the
name
breaks.
is Sutherland. I'm known for Kiefer and Donald. I'm a drunk and...
Benny Breaks.
My name is Benny Breaks, not Benny Can Run Out.
You would have been a great kind of partner to play in some of these ring games back east I used to play in, where, you know, you playing on a valley bar table and you just break and 9 ball and just however many you can kind of run.
You know,
Would have been fun to play with you.
the best tournament result I ever had was on a valley bar table.
Oh, really?
I won the ACS Arizona State Bar Table 8-Ball Championships in 2012. And then I went and played in the ACS national event here at Tropicana. I got 5th, 6th in the 9-ball division. I won the open division for 8-ball.
Nice.
My team won the open division for 8-ball.
Look at this shot.
And my team got 2nd place on the 9-ball.
See, there's a good example of Susan's experience. She recognized that shot immediately. A lot of other players are not even thinking that way. They're thinking to cut the 3-ball in, and that presented some problems. So she just said, no, I'll just put him back on the back of the 7, keep control of this rack.
I'm not here to take any bets. I'm not playing favorites or doing anything like that. Joey and I have just been going back and forth with little $5 things here and there. I'm stuck $5 right now, so he's giving me a chance to win it back. I'm not looking to make side bets on the match itself. This is just completely fun on this end.
Yeah.
And Bill Vanderweiss is saying 32, not 36. What's he referring to?
I don't know. Players.
Perhaps
probably.
number of players. Yeah, there's 32 players in the event. Not all 32 got in the side. Had all 32 gotten in all the side pots, it would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 19,200 or 19,400 in total for the side pots.
Nice shot.
However, the total for the side pots are 12,400. So we're about 7,000 shy of what it could have maxed out at.
Susan's just content here to keep, playing safe and making Steve do something special. I like it. This is one single race to 15, folks. Okay. That's okay. I don't know. After this match tonight, I might even be able to hit some balls. I feel like I haven't been able to hit some balls. It's tough being in a pool room and not hitting balls.
I hear that. I got this broken ankle situation. Can't really get down on the ball like I like to.
I think you're just stalling.
Well, the couple times that I've tried to actually hit a ball, I felt like Bustamante. And not because I hit the ball like him, but because every time he shoots, his back leg is in the air. Even on a normal shot, where both your feet would be on the ground, most of the time his back foot is off the ground. I don't know if you ever realized that, but watch a match with him, and more than 50% of the time, his back foot is in the air when he shoots. Efren's very similar. Well, with this boot being as awkward and as uncomfortable it is, I can't get down as low as I want to, so I have to lift my leg off the ground. So it's been giving me this weird boosty feeling. And then I hit a ball and it's nothing like boosty, so whatever.
So she kind of tied up that green 6 ball in amongst those. And I'm not exactly sure what she's going to do here. She might draw back a couple inches and then play it safe where she thins the 5 ball. Oh, looks like this 6 might be dead in the side.
She called the 6 in the side, and she called it immediately.
No hesitation. Now, if they're frozen, she's got to be careful because that could actually slide down table
But
first.
if they're frozen, she's on the right side of it to throw it. Unless you feel like it goes above the side.
I feel like it's, you know, and it might hit right there.
She plays it
if
to the
it's
inside,
frozen.
that 6 goes. If she hits it hard enough.
Well, she got safe
Oscar
again.
Avila, if you're watching right now, you actually taught me that shot. I don't know if you know that. You taught me how to throw a ball. And still to this day, when I need to throw 2 balls that are frozen, I think about how I feel like I should do it in my head, and then I do it 100% the exact opposite way, and it goes because of what you taught me. There's been maybe this has happened with you too. For a while, Arizona had its own rating system. And I did the math on it, not to toot my own horn, but I was in the top 1% of Arizona pool players when Arizona had its rating system. But I can name 2 or 3 shots that I can think of clear as day off the top of my head that I learned from players that were 2, 3, 4 ratings below me. Shots that I still use to this day, shots that have bailed me out of situations. Have you come across something like that, Joey? You're a 700 or so rated player. Have you run into a situation like that where maybe somebody who's extremely beneath you might do something that triggers something in your head? Like, oh my gosh, I never even would have thought of that.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned that because, and this is not, we didn't set this up as a plug for my podcast, but just today I reached...
You know what? Plug away on your podcast, pal.
Just today I released the episode with Mitch Ellerman, and him and I talked about, you know, he was mentioning how, you know, the pool table is constantly giving you data and information, you know, and it really doesn't matter who you're playing against. And we even brought up the story about how Efren Reyes said that he figured out creative ways to look at how the cue ball can move and go based on watching players that weren't that good. Yeah,
that's kind of where this stemmed from, because I had heard that 10, 15 years ago that Efren would sit and watch players, you know, equivalent to like, you know, an APA 3 or a 4, or the old Arizona rating system of a 4 or a 5, or, you know, our current Fargo rating system of maybe 400 or 500.
Yeah.
He's a 750, 800 rated player, and he'll watch some of these people because some of the shots they take might be so good or so bad that they don't realize it, but it's a shot that he wouldn't have even thought of.
Right.
And then he turns around and utilizes it against
and
world-class players.
And none of the pros are going to attempt shots like that, right?
Correct.
You're not going to see that in a pro match. You're going to see it with, you know, just 2 people banging balls around a table. And so, yeah, I mean, I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you think you're too good to learn from someone, right? Now, don't get me wrong. We've all... Uh-oh, miscue.
Oh, no.
We've all met those, you know,
sad face
annoying
emoji.
people. We've all met those people, you know, at any skill level that are just like they think they know it all, and, you know, they tell you one thing and you say, oh, well, that's kind of interesting, and then it's like they won't leave you alone. It's like, well, did you know this? Did you know this? You know, but for the most part, you know, you can learn from anybody, and you should try to learn from whoever you play against and every situation you run into.
Yeah, there's been 2 or 3 shots that I could think of off the top of my head that I would have never, ever even thought about, looked at, considered, nothing. And somebody 2 or 3 ratings underneath me, or 200 or 300 points underneath me, if you want to look at Fargo, says, hey, have you ever looked at this shot? Or, hey, try it this way. And it's just, it doesn't even open a window. It opens a whole garage door. It opens up so many different, you know, potential saving graces. Watch on the side.
You know, I think, you know, I kind of suggested for them to split the side pot.
I think you're going to owe me $5.
I kind of suggested that because...
And I'm going to give it to Susan.
I thought
with her $12,000.
I thought it would take some of the pressure off these guys, you know, to play their best. You know, because if you think about it...
Did you originally suggest it to them before they had chatted?
Yeah.
Because I spoke with Susan, and I said, are you going to chop? And she said, I'm not chopping unless he comes and talks to me about something.
Well,
so Susan was willing to just let this all go.
yeah, not a true tournament chop, but the side pots a little saver, and that's when they came up with the 50% from the side pots, and I think that's a great
Susan.
thing because now there's not so much there's not such a differential between first and second.
Okay, I see a lot of talk in the chat room about dollar amounts, so we'll go over it again, and I'm sure we'll go over it again a handful more times. For those that are tuning in and tuning out, only thing I ask is that you hit the share button when I share this information with you. We got 195 viewers right now. My goal is 300. That's not out of the realm of possibility at all. We got the finals of a great tournament. We've got 30 some odd $1,000 in the air right now.
Bam.
But as far as dollar amounts are concerned, here are the facts. As far as what's left, we got 2 players left in the tournament. First place is 14 grand. 1 4 followed by 3 zeros. 14,000. Second place, 6,000. Big jump right there. So we got a total of $20,000 just in tournament payouts. Now let's slide off to the side and look at the side pots. We've got $100, $200, and $300 side pots. I couldn't tell you who got in which ones. I know that not everybody got in every one. I do know that the 2 remaining players in this tournament that you're watching right now got in all 3 of them, excuse me. So, technically, the winner wins all 3 side pots. All 3 side pots were winner take all. So there's $12,400 just in side pots that the winner is technically entitled to. However, prior to this match starting, both players chatted along with my sidekick Joey here, and they decided to take the $12,400 that was in the side pot and split that. So each one of these 2 folks, I almost said guys, but each guy and gal are going to get $6,200 apiece, guaranteed, just from the side pots. So what these 2 are playing for essentially right now is just first and second. Whoever wins this match is getting $14,000. Whoever loses this match is getting $6,000. Both players are getting an additional $6,200 on top of that. Long story short, whoever finishes second is leaving with $12,200. Whoever wins the tournament is leaving with $20,200.
How cool was that, guys?
How well did I break that down?
That was a great explanation, and just the fact that there's a tournament that's paying out this much money.
And I didn't even stutter, I don't think.
No, it's super cool.
I've been living on Fireball.
I've never had a chance to win this much money playing pool.
And I do apologize.
You guys want to shout?
Do that Grey Goose thing you had. This is yours. You left it here.
Oh, I have my truck for my first.
It's hidden under my backpack. You're good.
Okay.
One of those, though.
Thank you guys again. Do you want one?
Thank you. Sure. Yeah.
Have one. No, I can't. I have one. I can't.
I do apologize, folks. I need to mark the score up. I was getting a little bit ahead of myself, getting all excited talking to you guys
Steve
about.
got one.
Yeah, Steve grabbed the
It's
first
good
one.
safety there. I think she might be able to get an edge of the 4-ball. She might even be able to see enough of the 4 that if she's feeling frisky, she could try to bank it cross side.
I got a question for you. Not related to this match, but just interesting little trivia, I guess, or question for you.
Okay.
In regards to 3 different disciplines, 8-ball, 9-ball, and 10-ball. We'll start with, it doesn't matter. What's the most balls you've made on the break in each discipline? Most in 8-ball, most in 9-ball, most in 10-ball. Your best break ever. Or breaks.
I don't really know, but if I had to guess, I know that I've made 5 balls in 9-ball.
Okay. That's a great break. It's a normal break for Benny breaks, but that's a great break.
I want to say that I've made at least 5 or 6 in 8-ball. I remember coming to the table and having 2 of one and 3 of the other down in 8-ball.
There used to be a place in Phoenix, or in the west side of Phoenix, 51st Avenue in Northern. It was actually called the Northern Lounge. I don't know if you were in town while that place was still around. Do you know Larry Ians?
Yeah, well, I know of
He
him.
used to own the place. they had valley bar tables. This was kind of before diamonds were super popular. They had 3 or 4 valley bar tables, and they used to have tournaments all the time. But there was one table that just seemed to suck them in on the break. And I played Scotch doubles a couple of times with the same guy over and over again. He was an identical version of me, but he was left-handed. He played the same patterns, the same aggressive, overly stupid style. And we played in a Scotch doubles 8-ball tournament. I made 11 balls on the break in one break shot. One of them was the 8, so it ended up being spotted. So technically, I guess it was 10, but 11 fell on the break. 9-ball the most I've ever made is 7, and then 10-ball the most I've ever made is 6.
That's pretty impressive.
But
10 ball for me is only 4.
You've worked on your game itself probably as much or more as I worked on the break itself.
Right.
For years, that's all I focused on. I didn't care about running out. I didn't care about anything except the break. I'd go to the pool hall just to rack and break for 8 hours.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a powerful break, and I kind of started to realize I'm probably never going to be a world champion, but I'd like to be remembered for something. I don't need to be remembered throughout the world, but if somebody 20 years from now, hey, you remember Ben Sutherland? Oh yeah, God, that kid used to break so good. That's kind of what I was hoping for.
I think you succeeded. She made a nice shot on that 8 and had to bump the 9 and didn't get great on it. But you know what? She's got some options here. I think the first thing that kind of comes to mind is thinning the left-hand side and playing safe, coming around.
You think there's options here?
Yeah. 3 rails and playing safe. She could always try to cut it. I mean, you really got to cut it. But I like how I can lean over the table to cut this ball if I need to.
My knife is so sharp. I'm leaving flakes of paint on the table with this shot.
And she can bank it. Like, I think she's going to put it up by that house.
I would too.
Yeah, I think
she needs a little more right hand.
I don't think she's hitting
English.
it thin enough, though.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think there we go. There it moved. Did you see it? Did you see it?
Still wasn't thin enough, though.
She moved the tip, but she didn't move the cue.
Yeah.
But she may have gotten away with it.
No, Steve's got a shot at it.
I'm being optimistic here. And I'm certainly not rooting against Steven at all. Steven's a super nice guy. It's first I've met the man. However, I've known Susan for the better part of 2 decades. And I absolutely love her and her husband. They are literally 2 of the greatest people I've ever met in my entire life.
Let's see if Steve can stay down on this ball and make it. It's got natural shape to come around for the 10. Very nice.
He hit it really well. He hit it very well.
We've seen a lot of players miss balls in this pocket down here too, so it's, I mean, we're playing on, just so you guys know, this is a 9-foot diamond with 4 1/8 inch pockets, and it plays pretty tough.
It does, and in the pocket he's shooting to right now, and I know this from personal experience because this is my homeroom.
Nice shot.
That pocket is the toughest one of the table. So you can't, I mean, I'm not going to say you can't, but you really need to put extra care into shooting into that pocket, especially when you're shooting down a rail. You can't miss it to the outside of the pocket at all. Forget it.
Yeah. So Steve jumps out 2-0 in this finals race to 15. Now, you know, it's funny because I was talking with who was I talking? Oh, Alex Esparza after one of his matches.
Oh, I need to introduce you to Paggy Lyon.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen him here.
And you know, the thing I said to Alex was, you know, he went through that match where he had a lot of ups and downs. He ended up winning Hill.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was against Steve, the guy from Washington.
Steve Gray?
Yeah, but in a race to 11, it's such a long race that you're going to have peaks and valleys, right? And so mentally you have to be able to withstand those. And now we're doing a race to 15, right? And so, you know, for Susan, she's sitting here, hasn't really gotten on the board yet. She will, you know, and she'll settle in and she'll get a few games and the momentum might shift. And then for Steve, he's going to have to handle those momentum shifts. And so it's really a mental warfare battle in these long races. And a lot of times the person who handles that better is the person who ends up winning.
I'm curious, and I can't tell absolutely every player or every person that's watching right now. I do have the chat up on my phone. I'm wondering if a gentleman by the name of Joey Barrera happens to be watching this match right now, and if he is, he knows exactly why I'm asking. And if he's not, Tony or Brady, somebody that's watching, tag him. And I'll explain it to you, and I guess I don't want to leave everybody at home wondering what the hell is he talking about. Arizona and Nevada have a rivalry that we started a couple of years ago. And
Don't remind me.
I was elected captain this year for the Las Vegas team. And Joey Barrera was elected captain for the Arizona team. And each team has to have a female on it. And I don't mean to word it in the sense that it sounds negative. Each team will have a female player. So I just kind of wondered if Joey was watching, and if not, he probably should be. He's got one of his stronger
Options.
currently duking it out for a big payday.
Yeah.
Something to think about. However, I did what's the word? Rescind my position, I guess.
Relinquish.
There we go. I'm no longer the captain for this coming season or this year. My wife and I were considering possibly moving to Colorado or Minnesota. However, we have decided to stay here at this point for now. But just with the pandemic and everything going on, with being shorted hours at work, money being a little bit of an issue, I just can't give 100% to being captain right now. So I spoke with another great player in town by the name of Trick 60, who has wanted to be on the team and, in my opinion, deserves to be. So I think he'll do a great job as being captain. So he'll represent this year. And if he elects me to play, cool. I'd love to be on the team. I just can't put in 100% effort to be the captain of the team. So I hope Joey's watching Susan right now. I see a few people have tagged him on here.
So the problem here is she's got the 2-ball pretty easy, and then you got the 6 near the 3, so it becomes a kind of an impediment to getting the cue ball up for the 4-ball.
That's what she's looking at there.
Depending on where you lay. And so what I like is make the 2-ball roll forward, probably 5 or 6 inches, get almost straight, where you can make the 3 and then just straight follow down by the outsfill rack and then come up to the middle of the table.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like how we have a contrast in styles. Because I'm thinking pocket the deuce, roll forward 2 or 3, 4 inches, get on the 3, and then just draw the 4 right back to where the cue ball is right now.
Yeah, no, she's playing my shot, Ben, because
she probably
it's the right
yeah,
shot.
she's got some angle. Oh, wow. Throwing burners over here.
Shooting darts at you.
I see her queuing low.
No, she is queuing low.
I see her queuing low.
Oh, no. Come on, Susan, don't let me down. This is high English
she's
all the
doing
way.
What Shane does in
High English, work it back to the
queuing
center
low,
of the
but she's
table.
going to hit high.
No, she's going to hit low.
Draw this back.
She's going to play the side.
She did something
It's not a bad option.
That was different than what we both predicted.
Yeah. I still like my shot, but I like what she did there. It's creative. Although I assume she'd play the side. But
Marvin Teller. I'm going to go ahead and speak on behalf of, well, maybe Mark's in the chat and I just didn't know it. I don't know when our next event like this is. I don't believe we have something quite like this on the roster at the moment. It's a great question, and if Mark is in the room and if Mark has the answer, please, Mr. Griffin, chime in and let us know when the next big one is. Personally, I think they should put together like a, what am I rated, 630? A 630 and under.
oh boy.
Oh gosh,
Like those people, they're like a 527. I want a 527 and under.
I see a lot of 580 and unders. I don't get that. Like, why not make it 600? What's the difference? I don't know.
It's a psychological thing.
It could be.
Know? Like somebody makes it a 600, it's kind of like they've made it, Like,
Marshall Brenner, what's up, everybody? I can't say hi to everybody that's shouting out hellos right now, but thank you guys. Hello. Appreciate you guys tuning in and sharing the stream. We got 228 viewers right now. It's pretty good. I was hoping we'd hit 300.
Yeah, keep sharing it, guys.
Look at that crossbank.
Nice shot. Come on, it's gotta move. 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 Yeah, guys, keep sharing. Let's get up to 300, 350. It's a Sunday night. What are people doing anyway? Let's get them to watch some great pool for a lot of money. And some of the best commentating in the business, and me.
In the world. Oh my gosh, you are on fire right now, Joey.
Oh, I cut myself there.
Oh, you did. Sorry. Never
I was
mind.
giving you a compliment, Benny
He did.
Banks.
I need more Fireball.
I changed your name to Benny Banks.
Benny Breaks. That's funny. See that box right? You viewers can't see it, but there's a box off to my right here that was sent to me by Big Time Threads, one of the sponsors for this event. If you look in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you see their Mahalo Aloha graphic. They are a merchandising company. They're not a clothing company, but they make clothing, screen printing, towels, shirts. I can't even begin to start. It's a million different things. However, when they shipped me that box of goodies last week, they shipped it to Benny Banks. I'm like, is there another one of me that plays bank pool? Because I thought it was Benny Breaks.
But you know what happened, right? Is Adam Kroll plays tons of one pocket, and so he had Banks on his mind.
He's trying to talk me into something, I think.
I think about, I've probably been in bull shooters probably 40 times in my life, and I think 39 of those times I've seen Adam on one of those tables playing one pocket.
Mm-hmm. Usually with Gus or somebody.
Okay. Just trying to cut this. That's going to get safe.
I think, okay, if I'm understanding what some of you are asking in the chat, and based on Mark's response, this particular event, I believe, is going to be annual, once a year, right about the same time of year. If I'm understanding correctly from some of the questions in the chat, there are folks wondering when a similar event might happen. Maybe not, maybe not identical, but a similar event. This particular event is going to be once a year, right around this time. But I could definitely see us in the near or somewhat not too distant future running similar tournaments, whether they're 580 and unders or 650 and unders or open tournaments, something along those lines. $1,000 entry fees, $500 entry fees, something with qualifiers maybe. We've got all new, brand new streaming equipment at Griff's, and you got somebody who very much enjoys streaming and doing the commentary for these types of events. So there's a great chance that we will be seeing some more events in the near future or not so distant future. Something I could probably sit down and chit chat with Mark with, Gary as well, probably Gary Lutman, and we can probably get another event or two on the agenda. Maybe not quite such a steep entry. I do understand that $1,000 is a lot of money, and it did take a little bit to fill this, but and we did have some qualifiers too, so some people did get in for rather cheap. Susan Williams being a perfect example. I think I heard she paid $150 to get in, and
Nice.
I thought that was in.
Oh man, you can't hit it too much
I
better.
thought that's going in on pretty much every other table.
Yeah. But this is a good opportunity for Susan to get on the board here now. She's got a 6-ball. 7's in a good position. It's pretty, just want to not get straight on a 7. Try to come up somewhere towards the center of the table. It leaves all your options open. You can go around it with inside English. You can come back with low outside English on that 7-ball. So let's see if she can land this somewhere around the center of the table.
Right to the 7, drop a 9. 9 gets the 7 out.
Nick DeLeon, you're a sweetheart. Give me just a moment, buddy. I will post up a link here in just a moment. There have been a couple people that have asked, and a couple people that have made some small donations to our stream, and that's literally just to cover Joey's alcoholic bar tab. Totally kidding. We do greatly appreciate any contribution at all, whether it's a penny, $1, $100, whatever. You guys have been so cool. Nick DeLeon, my Q-Tech buddy for life. I've known you for I don't even know how long now. Almost 20 years. I can't believe it. I remember when you had a different nickname.
Is Nick even 20 years old?
De Leon?
Yeah.
Nick's older than I am.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
35. Nick's 37-ish, if I had to guess.
All right, so Steve's gobbling these balls up,
but
trying to
Nick-
go for a 3-0 lead.
Nick, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the chat from the computer here. And I'm going to post up the email address for the PayPal if you wanted to ship over a couple bucks. That's super cool of you. Thank you for asking. Andy Hughes, you as well. Thank you guys so much. Give me just a moment. I'm pulling up the live stream right now on the computer so I can pin a link. I'm also going to put the brackets up there too so you guys can see how everybody else finished in this tournament. And you can see who was in it in case you're wondering.
So Susan gets that one to close it to 2-1, and obviously Steve's supposed to make that shot. That's it's just what she needed to kind of maybe get her nerves settled a little bit. And Ben, I picked up an injury here in the booth. I'm bleeding.
Oh my gosh, is that a paper cut?
I don't know. It's like got a cut on my finger. Gonna have to get the paramedics.
Jeez, what's going on here? Well, I'm dumb because I just posted it in the wrong video. Posted it in one of our NFL videos.
Let's take a look at this break here. Susan's breaking right from the center of the table.
She's about half a ball to her right, our left, which is... I agree with it very much. What we want to do is keep our eye on the 6 and 7 ball here. 6 ball mainly. And it did okay. I'm going to do a replay. I'm going to interrupt what I was doing on this other screen because we saw this earlier today too. I'm an absolute student of the break. I study every single ball on the break shot. The 6 ball should not have done what it did here. Watch the 6 ball, which is to the right of the 1. Mm-hmm. It should never go left.
Yeah, that's twice.
Off the
that's
rack.
3 times.
It should go toward this right hand pocket.
It's very interesting.
So it's something I can't help but notice. Breaking is my absolute favorite thing to do in regards to pool, so I look out for those types of things quite often.
After 2 days in the booth with you, I really didn't realize that you liked the break shot. You've already said it about 400 times.
This guy.
I gotta give him a hard time.
See if he gets another invite back out here.
Oh, come on, Benny. Alright, I think Susan's gonna play the bank. Ooh, that was almost in the pocket and scratched. Alright, this is a tricky little position shot here. Steve looks like he's, I don't love going this way. I mean, that is the way to go if you were unimpeded because you make the 1, you come off 2 rails and try to track the cue ball toward the 3 ball. But I don't think he's going to be able to beat that 7 ball over there if he's... Yeah. So he needed to hit the rail like right near the 7 ball, and that would have tracked towards the 3. And instead, he missed the 7, but then it tracked on a different angle. So he's going to have to kick.
Okay. There was a couple of you folks that were asking about how you could ship over a couple of bucks or check out the brackets. Right at the bottom of your screen right now in the chat, I just pinned up a comment that's got a link to a PayPal email address. If you guys wanted to send a couple bucks that way, we really, really appreciate it. Also, toward the bottom of that pinned comment is a link for Challonge, CHALLONGE, which will show you the tournament bracket. Now, this has been a single elimination tournament, so you won't see a backside. There won't be a B-side. Thank you. Let's get Susan's score updated here. I do apologize. There we go. But if you wanted to check the brackets or see how people did, thank you, Brad. Yeah, we got that updated. Sorry, I was doing something in the chat room. My apologies, folks. Thank you guys for keeping me on my toes. And we thank you guys so much. You guys have been great.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun this weekend. I appreciate you having me up here, Ben.
I know you do. I'm pretty awesome.
You are, and this room is awesome. This event was awesome, and the players have been awesome. It's been.
Yeah, it's debatable.
It's been kind of.
I'm totally kidding.
We got an interesting match.
I like having
but
fun.
I I think a lot of people had a little bit of an issue with the way that match went down, but I can tell you this, that
It happens, you know.
it does,
It certainly could have been worse. I've
Yeah.
certainly dealt with worse,
and
but I do understand.
whenever
Steve's
that
frustration with
happens,
that match.
whenever that happens, you kind of hope the guy that's so frustrated gets there, you know.
Yeah, right.
So it's not like, you know, it doesn't put a black eye on it, you know. He still won, you know.
Jin Powell. Jin, did you leave the building, little buddy? I don't know if that's you or your dad on the live stream or the chat, but I'm gonna send that picture over to Mike.
Wow, what a shot! He played the
And I'll make a
combo.
billions and
You see this?
see if I
Replay.
didn't, and I do
Replay.
See if we caught it in time. I think I might have.
I think he did.
Ooh, thank you.
Sexy, sexy.
Goodness. Thank you for grabbing that one, catching my attention. That was.
Steve goes up 3-1.
That was. Oops.
You know, in a race to 15, Ben, I played a few of these gambling, and I actually played in a tournament one time. It was an 8-ball race to 15. And,
Oh my gosh, how many
yeah.
days did that match take?
Well, a single elimination, it was I think it was a 500 or 250 entry fee, and it was like the top 16 players in Colorado. We all just went at it, and
Oh, so you've played Mark. Haddad.
yeah, that one Haddad didn't play, but Vidal played, but he got knocked out, and
Yeah.
I ended up playing Adam King in the finals. He's a really good
I know Adam.
8-ball player up there.
I know Adam. I've known Adam for years.
Yeah, he beat me in the finals. Good player.
He's an intense player.
He is.
Like he gets into it. Like you think he's pissed off and mad at you. Excuse me.
Yeah. No, he's a good guy though.
Mark Vidal, though, he's the one that I beat in the finals of the 2013 when I won that ACS tournament. I
Oh,
was talking
Vidal?
about. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mark Vidal Claremont or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. He used to be married to Sam Deep.
still is. They have 2 little girls, I think.
Who was she married to before that? I thought.
I don't know.
She used to be with Inside Pool magazine, I think.
Yeah, she's used to do.
She used to do
interviews and
the What's in the Case.
stuff. Oh look, he hooked her.
Well, that was the obvious shot.
That wasn't nice. Yeah. So what I was gonna say is, what I kind of taught myself. I don't know. You know, some people might disagree with this, but I kind of look at a race to 15 as 3 separate races to 5. You know, because
Yeah,
it's almost
you were
tough.
saying that, how
for
you
your
break
br-
it down like that.
Yeah, it's almost tough for your brain to process a race to 15, right? Especially when you get to the middle stages and it's like 8 to 4 or 11 to 7. And so I look at it as if I win 3 races to 5, I'm winning the set. Great shot by Susan. She went 2 rails and kicked that ball and came out for the 2 ball. So yeah, I treat a race to 15 as 3 separate races to 5. That if I win all 3, I win the match. You know, and it seems like once I started thinking about it that way, I was more successful. I don't know if she's gonna be able to see it 3 now. I think she kind of had to drift the other way, which the angle might not have afforded that. But we'll see. She's looking at it. She might have to spin it. That was super close. Because of that 8-ball, she really couldn't hit it the way she wanted to. Steve just immediately called the 4-ball without even looking at it. So I guess he likes the 4-ball. He's got to, yeah, he changed his mind. He's going to play safe now. So what I like doing on this safe is banking the 3 over by the 7 and using the 4-ball to hold the cue ball. So just hit the kind of, half the 3 with left-hand spin and let the cue ball hold right on the 4. He went the other way. He's gonna leave a window. Give her something to look at.
Are you a Candlebox fan? I can tell you this is track 4 off the Inside album.
I'm not a huge music guy. So she left it right in the hole there. He could try to roll this in the side and then leave himself a cut shot on the 4-ball is probably what he'll do. No, he's gonna... Looks like he's gonna put a stroke into it. No, he rolled it. Yeah, I like that shot. Gonna juice this up with some low outside English and really twist it, and he did. And he's got a shot. It's not great because he doesn't have a lot of angle to maneuver for the 6, so he's considering kind of holding the cue ball and then banking the 6. So let's see if he does that. Hey Wayne, this is Joey Ryan, and I'm joined by, well,
Ben Sutherland.
I actually joined Ben Sutherland. He allowed me to invite myself up here for this event, and I'm super happy to be here.
I'm glad you have you here. I apologize for being quiet. I'm trying to read some of the comments and catch up with some of the chat.
So Susan had a bank shot like this against Alex late in the match that helped her seal the victory, and she drilled it. Let's see here. Not that time. And that one might cost her. Alright, still got a little work to do here. If you're trying to stay on this side of the table, you really have to kind of soft roll this with a little bit of that outside English. And he went
Overcut.
Yeah, he went back across, which I don't think that 8 went past the 10 anyway. So
I think so. I thought it.
You?
I think it looks like it does.
So hard to tell.
We can go to this dreaded angle that I absolutely hate to bring you guys because my OCD is
Yeah,
crazy
maybe
and the
take a-
camera has moved, but I believe it does pass. I could be wrong, and it's making me sick just keeping that on screen. I'm sorry, guys. My OCD just won't let that happen.
Yeah, not only do I know Tony Piazza, we've played before. Incredible player. Super focused and intense. Probably, I mean, you have the 2 marks in Colorado, but he's right there with them, especially in one pocket. I don't think anybody beats him in Colorado. Nice shot, Steve. And he just jacked up and drilled that ball. By the way,
Hey,
Tony Piazza's opening a pool room up in Denver called Piazza's.
How did he come up with the name, though? That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
don't
want to know.
I don't know. But,
You know, Jason Shaw is a good buddy of mine. Weird as that sounds. And I shouldn't say good buddy, but we're pals. And I heard he just opened, or is in the process of opening, his own pool room as well.
oh, nice. Whereabouts?
Don't know. I mean, I would imagine it's in the States. I don't think he's doing anything in Scotland, but
Where's he mainly spends time up in, like, Connecticut. And,
yeah. He's up from, like, I want to say Orange, Connecticut. Somewhere up in that area. But I believe, I think I just saw a post yesterday or the day before stating that he already had opened or is opening a pool room or a pool club. And I missed what happened there. What happened on that 8? Because he had a good shot.
Yeah, he missed
He
it.
just overcut it.
Yeah.
Based on where the cue ball or the 8 ball is, I'm guessing he overcut it. And
Uh-oh, she juiced it up a little. That's okay.
it's okay.
Look, Susan's made this shot
She loves this shot.
100,000
I
times.
think
Just
she
take your
prefers
time.
this shot. I guess. Thank you. Gosh, I got some pretty.
No,
over chopped
overcut
it. Well, she made it.
She
She
left
missed
it.
it on the right side.
Yeah.
If it's not frozen, it's a little tougher.
I tell you what, Steve Thomas, if you wanted to put Mark Haddad in action against Tony Piazza, I would have to get a big chunk of Tony's action there. I mean, I love Mark Haddad's game, but I mean, Tony's one pocket game is, I love it.
I just received word that Shaw took over his in-laws' pool room. So I was mistaken. I don't think Susan's going to be too upset with the result there.
Nope.
We're tied at 2 apiece.
You know, funny story about Tony Piazza, Ben. He tried to sneak into Florida to an amateur event that was being run from Tony Crosby's tour, Florida Amateur Open or whatever. It's like something crazy, like a $4,000 added money or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So Tony Piazza sneaks down there without people knowing him. He's like a 720 something Fargo, and
So he's an amateur.
he gets beat in the finals. Guess who he got beat by?
You.
Chris Adams.
Wheeze?
Yeah, Chris Adams was living in Tennessee, drove down to Tallahassee, Florida, gets in the tournament. I was in the tournament. I actually had a couple good wins. I beat the late Scotty Townsend in that tournament.
Uh-huh.
I was pretty proud of that. And I beat Stoney Stone in that tournament. And then I ended up losing a couple matches, but I went home, drove back to Jacksonville, Florida, and I checked it the next day, and they're like, Chris Adams won. I never even saw him there, and him and I were friends. I just had, I didn't even expect him to be there.
That's nuts.
And he beat Tony Piazza in the finals.
I lost a whole bunch of Accuracks.
You should put a sticky with the payouts on there. It's like every time somebody logs in, they ask. Or do your recap every 3 racks.
Dude, what happened to all the racks?
All right. So, guys, we're still in the first part of this race to 15, and players are still getting settled in here. Steve Lingafelter, who's lives in southern Arizona, I think near Sierra Vista. He's got 3 so far, and Susan Williams from the Phoenix area has 2 games.
I'll be right back, folks. I need to go have a conversation with the tournament director. Give me just a moment.
So yeah, there's some chatter about the payouts, and Ben has gone over that a couple times. We might try to get a sticky or something up so you guys, as people log on, can
I'll
see
pin
it.
something up here shortly because we have been asked quite a bit. I do need to step out for just a minute. I need to go speak with the tournament director. I'll be back in just a moment.
Yeah, so Ben knows the exact figures, but the rough estimate is first place in the tournament pays $14,000. Second place in the tournament pays $6,000. So essentially this match is for, it's an $8,000 match between first and second. Now, there were also 3 side pots, $100, $200, and $300 side pots that not everybody got into, but these 2 players did, so they're eligible for the payouts. They were winner-take-all side pots, and that total amount, I think, was $12,400 from those 3 side pots. And so before the match, these 2 players decided to do just a little saver where they split the money from the side pots. So they both got, I think it's $6,200 from those side pots that they just divvied up together, and then so now they're playing for either the $14,000 or the $6,000. I think that's right. So yeah, quite a bit of money here. So, I see that everybody's been asking, when's the next one? What's going on? Griff is going to have that information for you. They're going to get that out. Obviously this event has been a success. This room looks great. The players have really had a great experience here, and it's just been a great weekend. So again, I can't say enough how great this room is. If you get a chance to come out to Las Vegas, or even make a trip out here to play here and just experience it, you bump into players like Alex Pagulayan. You know, just yesterday I saw Alex, I saw John Mora yesterday and today. Ronnie Wiseman, you know, imagine the gambling stories that guy has to share. So, make it out here. Great room. So back to the action. It looks like Susan's come out on top from this little battle that they had in this game. And now she's got the 2-ball. She may hit the 10 here, but it's still pretty natural to get over on the 3-ball. Yeah, she just brushed the 10. But she came out with a shot on a 3. Not quite as straight as she would like, but definitely manageable. And she can float out maybe 6-7 inches off the rail and have a nice angle in this 4-ball to be able to work with. And, you know, that's what you'll hear me say that a lot. You know, it's like when you're straight in on balls, you don't have a lot to work with. You know, but when you get that nice little angle that you see when you watch a professional match, the pros have it on almost every shot. It's really to give them options so they can work the ball. And she made that ball, but she was trying to have the cue ball hit the 5 and kind of hold. And so then she ended up pushing behind the 6. So, just gonna have to figure something out here. The best chance of making the ball is taken away, which is that kick up table because of the 8-ball. So she's gonna have to spin off this side rail or maybe even the bottom rail. If the bottom rail is available between the 6 and 7, I like going that way because you got a good chance to get safe if you kick the 4-ball up and create a lot of separation between the 4 and the cue ball. And so you'll notice with that shot, she hit it a little too hard for what I was talking about. She did get relatively safe, but if you kick that shot a little softer, you get a really good chance of letting that 4 lie up on that top rail and maybe even putting the cue ball behind a 5. But that just takes some good feel and practice. So expect to see Steve play off the side of the 4-ball and kind of try to leave a safety. Kind of like this. Got a little lucky with the 10, but hey. Susan's checking it out. I think she hasn't grabbed a cue yet, so I think she's deciding if she wants to try to jump the ball or not. And she does pull out the jump cue. She goes, jacked up. Jumping. She gave it a good try. You know, Steve's got a shot here. I expect him to go for this combination. You know, one thing, you know, I've known Steve for 15 or so years, and I never realized how aggressive he is. He goes for a lot of shots. In fact, sometimes he goes for too many. We had a little chat about that. So he's playing a 10. There's not much to say about this shot. You just gotta hit it perfect. Not too bad, but not quite. Steve Lingafelter is from the Sierra Vista area of Arizona. He moved out here several years ago from the DC area. He's actually a scientist, like one of the leading experts in the world on beetles, believe it or not. And I think he was working for the Smithsonian back when he lived in the DC area, and I met him. But yeah, the guy knows his beetles, okay? He knows beetles better than pool, and he's pretty good at pool. Tell you what, with this shot here, Susan can get right in line on the 6 ball and take command of this rack. Let's see if she can execute. I think she would have wanted to come off to play the green 6 in the top right. Didn't quite get there, but this is definitely playable. Makes it in the top left. Draws back to that side rail, and she's in great shape. I love Susan's composure at the table. It never really feels like she's rushing. Oh, nice shot. Decided to play safe. Never really feels like she's rushing or out of control, or, you know, she's just very even keel, very relaxed, and very thoughtful about the way she plays. I'm just really, really impressed. So one thing that can be helpful sometimes is, like, on a kick shot like that, you'll notice how that's a really, you know, the pace of that kick was really hard. You know, and one thing that I've found, you know, over years and years of trial and error is that when you learn to kick the balls a little softer, you get safe a lot more often. You know, at first when you start kicking balls, you're like firing them, hoping to pocket a ball. But when you just take a little bit off, it's a good try on a combo, but not quite. When you take a little bit off, so often you'll be able to kick the balls, create the separation you need, and get safe off of that. And that can be the difference maker in these tough matches. I like rolling this ball, you know, with like a center ball shot and going across and back. I think that's the play here. Try to leave the cue ball back over towards where the 6 is now, hopefully not right on the rail. That seems to be my preferred shot here. He did shoot that shot, he just hit it way too thick. Well, we talked about this before. We're seeing a lot of missed shots with poor leaves. You know, and it's something these players just have to fade. She's going to want to make a good hit here, because I fully anticipate, if it's a bad hit and she doesn't hit these balls at all, I fully anticipate Steve putting the cue ball down by this bottom rail and shooting a 6-9 or 6-10 combo. Yeah, they say Ben Sutherland's commentating, but I haven't seen him in 10 minutes. Just kidding. It's been a long day here, so he needs a break. Yeah, let's see if I was right. Let's see if he lines this up for the 6-10 combo. And like clockwork, I think I got it right. This is a great shot too, because you just stop the rock, stop the cue ball, the 6 is naturally going to trend up table, and the 8's going to be an impeding ball. See, look here. You hit it a little too hard. Still might be safe though. I think he could have taken a little bit more thought into that shot. Make sure he made it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tyler. I think it was a good two-way shot. Ben was joking with him before the match, because I think Susan has the frog jump cue and Steve has the tadpole. So it's a whole amphibian jump exhibition. Okay. He's just going to roll this ball in and come straight back up. Get there. Get there. Didn't quite get there. You know, in these shots, I like trying to cut these in the side sometimes. Just kind of allows me to hold the cue ball down this side of the table where I need to be. Whereas if you cut it in the corner, you got to do something spectacular, go multiple rails, or like really juice it up with inside English. But if he cuts this ball on the side with just a touch of inside English like this, you don't want to leave a hanger, but he did get safe. So here comes the frog again. Ribbit. It's a shame Ben's not here because I would bet him $5 on this shot. I think she's going to make it. Told you. Just had a feeling, and look at this shape. Excellent shot. Had to give her some snaps on that. Wow. So these are the games sometimes where, oh, that hurts. Sometimes when a player makes a magnificent shot, there's a letdown after that. And that might have been what happened there with Susan on that 8-ball, but that's all the more reason to really bear down and make sure you get out. There's nothing that ruins a spectacular shot than an error that happens just after. You out of here, man?
Thanks, Julie.
Hey, man.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Good tournament.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, let's stay connected.
Yeah, I'm getting into that one in January. I already paid Jason, so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is that one here?
Yeah, it's not Lucky's, Putters.
Oh, okay.
Putters. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks, buddy.
Awesome.
Take
Have a safe trip back. Okay, we got a little mini break here, guys. We got Steve winning 4-2 against Susan. Guys, we want to thank you for joining. We're up to almost 250 viewers right now. And we're really excited to have you guys. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. I know Ben has worked really hard, and Mark Griffin has really put his support behind getting this streaming thing going here, and from the feedback we've gotten so far, people seem to be enjoying it. But this has been a great event. It's winding down. These are the finals. Started with 32 players, $1,000 entry. I think there might have been a dozen or so that came in through qualifiers, but the rest paid $1,000. I actually, before I drove up here, I'm a pretty decent player, and I've never paid this much to come to a pool tournament, to be in a pool tournament. And I had a conversation with my wife before coming up here, would I pay $1,000 to get into a pool tournament? I just don't know. I have a lot of priorities in my life. I got 3 kids, and it's a commitment to pay $1,000 to get into a pool tournament. Especially when you know that all the players in the tournament are right around your level. So it's kind of like anything can happen, right? But we got 32 people that came here because they love the game, they love to compete, and they wanted a chance to win big money. I mean, really big money, like buy a car, So, yeah, it's been pretty fun. But yeah, I know you guys gave Sean Martinez a little bit of a hard time. He just came and said goodbye to me and gave me a hug. He took care of the commentators really nice. And, I think he just, kind of had a little too much fun in that match against Steve, But overall, I think he's a pretty decent guy. So here we go. Coming back from break, Steve is racking. He's up 4-2. You know, when I said this to Ben about the 3 races to 5, if you're Steve, you're thinking, okay, one more game, I win the first race to 5. Then, you know, I play another race to 5, you know. And as long as you keep winning your races to 5, you're going to win the set. Neither one of these two have really found their stroke so far in this final set. But I anticipate both of them getting hot at some point. So Steve did make a ball, and he's got a great layout here. So the 1 ball, make it, it's natural to the 2 ball, which is natural to the 3 ball. I mean, natural to the 4 ball. I mean, everything is just really in line, so. Make this 2, and just really just roll the ball an inch or 2 so you have a good shot on a 3. Leaves you some options with the 4. If you don't get dead straight on a 3, you have a little angle, you can always glide down, shoot the 4 in the same pocket as the 3. I think the better play would be to kind of leave the cue ball right where the 3 is for the 4, so you can make the 4 come around 2 rails and kind of circle the 5, and then make that 5 in the bottom left. So we'll see how he opts to play this. Oh, interesting. So he kind of came out a little on this. Or he's got the 3 now. I think with this angle he has on a 3, he's going to end up getting pretty straight on the 4. So let's see how he ends up here. He's got a little angle here, which this is a shot that came up a couple games ago, and I told Ben I'd, you know, roll this with high English and try to come right back out to the center of the table with just 1 rail, and he poo-pooed it and had some other idea, but I think this is the shot. Just like this. He put a little inside on it by accident, I think. You know, that's something to work on. You know, are you striking the cue ball where you think you're striking the cue ball? You know, how many times do you not mean to put English on it and you put left or right English on it? You know, those are all things to work on to refine your stroke. Yeah, he came up a little on that one. Overcut it. It's a great opportunity here for Susan to narrow the gap. She's probably going to go up to the top of the table and then back out towards the center of the table. Nope, she elected to go 1 rail. You see how tough that shot was. So she hit it a little thick, and she still went all the way up there, even trying to like finesse it in. So if she cuts that ball in the way she wants to, she goes even further up table because she hits it thinner. It's a good shot. Nice shot. Steve's starting to drive some balls home with authority. I believe the email address for the donations, which we really appreciate, is griffsbilliards@icloud.com. I think it's up there in a sticky, but I think some of you are having trouble seeing it. So everything was going great for Steve here until he rolled behind the 10 ball. And I think you might be able to see a piece of this 9, but the 9 looks pretty frozen to that rail, which causes a bigger issue. If you try to hit off the side of this 9, it's not going to react the way it would typically react if it wasn't frozen on the rail. So you have to really take a good look at this and see what you want to do here. Yeah, see how that kind of is going to hit the 10. Alright, you got to make a tough shot. Make a tough shot, you probably win the game. Yeah, Tyler, this is a pretty tough table. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's these 2 tables up front at Griff's here that all the pros play and gamble on, and you know, they're just tough. This is 4 1/8 inch pockets, 9-foot table, and you gotta hit them. You gotta hit them good. Well, considering where the cue ball is here and the 10 ball, I kind of roll this ball in, try to hit at pocket speed and make the pocket. If you hit at pocket speed, you make the pocket about 3/4 of an inch bigger by hitting the rail first. You can still hit the rail first at the right speed, and it's going to still make the ball. So let's see. Very nice. So Susan gets that game to close the gap to 4-3. Let me update the score here for you guys. Oops. Okay. So let's see if Susan can execute a nice break here. I'd like to see a couple break and runs this set. We haven't seen many on the feature table, just because how tough the table plays, the fact that people are on the stream, it's a little more pressure, you know. But let's see, let's check it out. She struck him pretty good. The 4 was tracking, but then it got clipped. So, nothing. So Steve's a pretty aggressive player here. You know, he might just bank the 1. I'm probably looking for a safe, maybe cue ball behind the 4. Kind of like this. Get there. Very nice. I'm going to have to give Steve some snaps on that one. Hold on. Steve's a buddy of mine. We had a conversation after his first match where I told him, man, if you want to win this tournament, you need to play more safe. So I think he took that to heart. He's been playing more safe.
Guess who's back, folks?
Benny's back.
Benny's back.
Back again. Good hit.
Tell a friend. Four to 3, huh?
Yeah, I've been doing
like
the
it.
whole play-by-play since you've been gone.
I can dig it. I was on the phone for a minute, but while I was outside, I actually turned it on and saw you were doing a great job.
Thanks, doing work, man. Putting in work. I gotta earn it. Earn these donations that keep pouring in.
That's right. You're gonna make more than me this weekend.
Steve played a nice save there. It's kind of tough for Susan to get going here because she is, you know, coming to the table a lot with not a whole lot to look at. That last rack hopefully kind of jump-started her, though, because she made a nice out.
She just came to the table with her jump cue, and I think she had second thoughts.
Yeah, she did pull it out and dart something earlier, so she
Is it?
can do that dart. But yeah, it's
I like kicking this ball,
That's
and
tough.
there's a lot of good things that can happen if you kick this ball. You've got the
you have 7 balls
the
down
3,
here.
the 6, the 5, the 7, the 8, and the 9 for coverage.
Yeah, you're right.
So you do have some options. I'd still call the lower left just to be safe.
Yeah, I wonder
But-
how much of that was influenced by her shooting left-handed.
That's a good call. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
Or I shouldn't say I didn't catch that.
You know, when you were gone, Ben, I talked about this. Like, Steve hit a shot, and I think he just wanted to use straight high English, and when it hit the rail, you could tell he used inside English, you know, because it was a hard follow-through. And I think so often, you know, people stroke through the ball. They think they're hitting with a certain English, and it actually
Is
doesn't.
he playing the 10
Yes,
here?
he is. Yes, he is. And, you know, I don't mind this shot,
I
but I'd
do.
roll behind it, too.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you're gonna do it, I think you need to play it either as a two-way. You know what? I'm not even upset with the way he played it because he played it at such a a high pace.
He
Wasn't worried about the two-way. If it didn't go, he knew he wasn't hanging it. So
Yeah, I look for opportunity. If I am going to play a combination, I look for opportunities where I put the cue ball in a place that's really going to hurt them if I miss it.
correct. Yeah, if he could have found a way to get behind the deuce with that cue ball,
That was a good stroke there.
turned into a two-way shot. You can't sleep on Susan at
Well,
all.
when you were gone, she put together a nice little out, and so if she can keep it up, I fully expect her to
I need to
Have a good roll.
pull the chat up and see if her husband is
I saw him. Yeah, he
is in the room.
She's comfortable shooting lefty. Okay, Mike.
I'm gonna do a quick Facebook search to see if I know who this person is. But I would like to say thank you very much to Mr. Norman Woodley. I want to see if we're friends on Facebook. If we're not, we certainly should be. Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I see a Norm and a Norman Woodley. Mr. Woodley, if you're watching the stream right now, would you do me a favor and send me a friend request? My name is Ben Sutherland, Sutherland. My profile picture is a black, white, and green panda bear. If you would do me a favor and send me a friend request, I'll gladly accept it, and I would actually like to send you a little something in the mail on behalf of myself and my own sponsors.
Okay. What if that 3-ball's frozen? Didn't really matter because she was just going to play safe on it, but whenever you get the ball frozen on the rail, it makes it intriguing where you could possibly hit a low English or inside English shot and just slide it right down the rail. And in that case, you would have had to hit it with low inside English to kind of keep the cue ball off the table there. But she elected to play safe.
I've had a few people that are giving both you and I praise. People I've never even met before, just random people messaging on Facebook. Thank you guys for the stream. We appreciate it very much. Somebody else said, hey, we're on our way down there. Do you guys need anything? We just moved here from Missouri.
Tacos.
I'm happy to bring
We
you
need
something.
No. No, they have good food here.
They have got great food here, yeah. But you guys have been awesome.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Alright, she's got a little bit of a tough cut here on the 4, and the question is, does the 5... Like, what's the deal with the 5? Can it go between the 7 and the 10? Maybe not, but maybe she can lay the cue ball, kind of hit down by the outsville rack and pop out about 8 to 9 inches and shoot the 5 on the side.
What if she runs into the 7 here?
No,
Oh, she stayed outside of it. I love that shot.
It's beautiful.
I love that
That's
shot.
exactly what I said. I love when she makes me look good.
I didn't hear what you said, but I don't doubt it.
I said bring it straight down, hit the outsville rack, and come up.
I don't listen when you talk, Joey. It's all about me.
Man.
You should know that.
Jeez, guys. This guy's brutal.
Yes, he is. Alright, now if I'm Susan, this is the route I'm going to take. Maybe get the cue ball right back about here-ish.
Yeah, I think I'm going over to that other rail and then out to there. Just because of the angle like this.
It almost landed on my arrow.
She hit it a little hard. Now she's going to have to play safe, but she's got a good safe here.
Oh, Mitch, if you're watching, which I think you are, I love you to death, brother. Mitch commented, wanted me to bring him some food.
Mitch Ellerman?
Yeah.
Hey, Mitch, your podcast episode is out, man. Share that sucker. Let's get people watching it. Find out how you tick, what you're all about.
You know, I'm pretty excited to watch that, and I've known Mitch for the better part of 20 years. It's been almost 2 decades. I met him December of *01. So December of this year will be 19 years.
I should have interviewed you to tell me stories about Mitch.
I've got some cool stories. I mean, I'm certainly not going to live up to some of the potential pros that you're friends with or that you know. I'm sure that you could get on the mic, but
Well, I have some ideas for bringing even more people on. Just that, I got the pool player podcast, but then, I have all the equipment, so why not interview other people?
You're gonna have a regular schmuck podcast.
Yeah, what do I call that?
The regular schmuck podcast.
We're gonna make it like a pool tournament. It's gonna be a 640 and under.
Oh gosh.
No, I want Chris Adams.
We have to pay to be interviewed.
I want Chris Adams stories on there. It's gonna be a 660 and under podcast.
I don't have a lot of Chris Adams stories. Chris and I haven't gone toe to toe too many times.
Oh man, Chris himself has some great stories. That guy's.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah. Junior, I'd love to interview you, man. You're a trip.
Who's that?
Junior.
Flores?
Carasosa.
Oh yeah.
His last Facebook Live where he was being chased by the bear. Did you see that one?
Being chased by a bear? No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I'm gonna have to see that.
It's hilarious. That guy's a trip. Okay, Susan's just probably going to play the 9 on the side. Yeah, that's a good play. You know what? It's funny, Ben, because as we watch each of these players, I find players that maybe shoot, take similar shot selection to what I would take, and others that don't. They just go completely different. And I think Susan and I kind of, we kind of mesh with like our thought process.
You guys maybe should play Scotch together.
That's a good point.
I got on a waiting list one time. It took me like 2 years, but I finally was able to play an event with Susan.
Oh yeah.
Bernie Store is the same way for anybody that knows Bernie Store from the Arizona area. 2 of the top female players from town. Sarah Miller as well. Heather Torpin Cortez. Nina Tagli. If you guys are watching, I don't mean to exclude any of you. You gals are all amazing shooters. But I've had the pleasure of playing Scotch doubles with Susan Williams and Bernie Starr before, and I'll tell you what, I could give a crap less if we were out in 2 rounds. It literally is just fun.
That's the thing about these Scotch doubles tournaments. It really is. It's like you go to an event, especially the big events. A lot of times you would have like the first event would be the Scotch doubles, and it would just put you in the right mindset for playing the tournaments. The more serious tournaments, because you're partnered up with somebody, especially if it's Jack and Jill. It's more lighthearted. You have fun together.
Well, sometimes it's Ben and Susan. It's not always Jack. Jack and Jill. Sorry, that was horrible. Horrible attempt at funny humor.
He's here all night. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's not. He's leaving shortly.
Guys, we're fluttering right around that 250 mark. So if you guys could share this, we'd really appreciate that. We're trying to get up over. I think we can get like 400.
I think we can
especially when
too.
this gets down towards. In the nitty gritty, because I know, like with me, sometimes I'll watch a stream.
My
and I'll
swanning
be like,
streams, those are catching thousands, or 8,000, I should say.
No, I look at it and say, it's 4-4. They're going to 15. I'll tune in a half hour. But I think when we get down in the nitty gritty here, we could have 400 or 500 folks watching it, especially with the amount of money.
Let's see where we are at the moment here.
Does that work out for you, Mike? I know my wife and I used to play Scotch doubles back when she played pool, but I've heard of a lot of couples that it doesn't always work out the best.
Mike, I do appreciate you letting me play with your wife. Playing pool with your wife.
Yeah, you gotta clarify.
Yeah, I'm just being funny. He knows. Me and Mike go way back. There was one tournament, though, I just begged and finally got an opportunity to play with Susan. I can't remember how we did. I think we cashed. I don't think obviously we didn't win, but...
Good shot.
I don't even remember what event it was, but I remember thinking, I don't even care if I win. Like, this is just fun to play with her. That's a pretty good shot right there. Super effective. Simple, but effective. And looks like he's shooting opposite-handed. He's not left-handed, is he?
No, he is.
Okay.
He's wrong-handed.
He did make it look pretty natural. Alright.
Well, this is going to be tough sledding here because she's going to be jacked up and she's got a, difficult shot on this one ball being jacked up over the 8 like this. She could even cross it. Go back down the table and play safe.
Oh my gosh, was I dead wrong or what?
It's in.
How good did she
Nice
hit
shot.
it though?
That is beautiful.
I mean, my shot would have worked, but she made it look so much easier.
that was a beautiful shot.
That's why I want to play doubles with her more. Because I only have to shoot half the shots.
I don't know. Mike seemed pretty quick to say, "I like playing."
Yeah,
with my
yeah. Me and
He
Mike
jumped in.
can.
He was like, "I like playing with my wife." Okay, Mike. Sorry. And your wife plays as good a pool as she does. You got to share her, Mike. Okay.
Mike, do you recall the last time you and I went toe to toe? If you're still watching, which I'd be willing to wager you are.
This is nice.
If he replies, God, that was such a painful night for him. I feel.
See, guys, little things like this, like if she comes off that rail just 3 or 4 more inches, she can shoot properly on this 4-ball. Sure, she's going to be able to roll the 4 in and get over there for the 5, but if she was off the rail a little bit, she could get right up by the side pocket, get nice and close to it.
I think she can still roll pretty good. Yeah, she's good. She
Yeah.
can just naturally roll forward. I want to see if Mike responds to that. For the folks texting and Facebook messaging, I'm doing my absolute very best to keep up.
Nice shot, Susan.
We absolutely appreciate all the kind words and comments, criticism, all that good stuff. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, for sharing. We're at 240 viewers right now. I think we can probably hit 6,000 by the end of the night.
You got to have goals.
We just need
10x, baby. Gary
just need to
Vaynerchuk.
share to 12 different countries now. Come on. 247, it went up.
Susan is from Arizona.
She is.
I think you got to shoot this 6, and you got to... I would roll the cue ball toward the 7 with some outside English, and just hope to nudge the 7. A lot of good things can happen with that. You got to be careful if you try to do too much here. Yeah, kind of like this. See? Gives herself a chance. Now please move the Outsville rack. Thank you.
Oh, see, Mike does remember. See, I didn't remember it quite that detailed, but I do recall us racing to 7, and I recall being down 6-2 3 sets in a row, and I recall winning 7-6 3 sets in a row. Oh, that was fun. That was against her husband back at Main Street Billiards.
She juiced that one.
She did. She's not going to be thrilled with this, but I think she's smart enough to play it safe.
Yeah, she's not, but I see a save here. I think if she thins,
Even if it passes the 10, I don't like shooting it.
Yeah, I think if she thins the 8, she can come 1, 2 rails. 1 is the left-hand rail, then the top rail, and get behind the 9 ball. Let's see, that's what she's shooting. See, I told you, we think alike on a lot of our shots.
She gonna get behind it? She hit it too hard.
Almost. So this is either going to be really good or really bad, because Steve's going to fire at it.
Just to kind of recap, folks that are asking, first place is 14,000, second place is 6,000. There's 12,400 in the side pots. However, both players are in all 3 side pots. Both players agreed to chop the side pot before this match started. So, side pots being 12,400 divided by 2 means each player gets $6,200 apiece, guaranteed just from the side pots. The loser of this match will get an additional 6,000. The winner of this match will get an additional 14,000. So the winner leaves with, let's do some math, $20,200, and the loser, second place finisher I should say, leaves with $12,200. So either way, an excellent payday for both players. They had a quick little convo before this match started and decided they didn't want to chop the entire thing, but they thought it was fair to chop up $12,000 in side pots, and I
Nice shot.
am inclined to agree with that.
You know, when Susan hits the top half of the cue ball, when she rolls balls like that, she's very accurate. Seems like she makes most of the balls that she hits like that.
If her husband would just pay attention, and if, Mike, you could learn a thing or two. It's so easy to say that when you can't fire back at me right now.
Yeah, Mike plays good. He's doing
He
just
certainly
fine.
does. I love Mike. Mike's awesome. Two of literally the best people in the entire community.
All right.
Susan steals the lead.
Yeah, 5-4.
All right. Race to 10 for Susan. Race to 11 for Mr. Steve Lingafelter. It's really hard to see Susan for a minute. I couldn't see her.
She's camouflage.
She blended in, yeah.
She just came from her tree stand.
Coming to you from Griff's Billiards. Sponsored by OBQ. As well as Omega Billiards and Acme Cases. Shout out to Steve Blackburn and Slickster Apparel. Chris Renfro with Outsville Accurax, Robbie Paul with his Piku jump brake tips. Absolutely love those tips. Mike's in the chat room, Susan's husband. He says, I'm not even the best player in my own house. Starting to agree with you, Mike. I'm inclined to agree.
Well, one thing's for sure, Mike. I bet you haven't made this much money playing pool. Not in any one tournament.
Yeah, when's the last time you took down like $20,000 in a pool tournament, Mike? I forgot to tell you, Susan said she was tipping out $2,000 to the commentators. She said you wouldn't mind. Well, he's not going to get away with that one. She will be able to see the edge for sure.
In all seriousness, though, Ben, so Fedor Gorst won the World 9-Ball Championship. Do you know how much first place paid?
I don't. I think it was $60,000.
$30,000.
Was it 30?
$30,000. So here we are at a 580 and under tournament at Griff's, where they're getting almost that.
True.
Right? It's
different factors, though. I mean, that
True,
tournament, that World Championship didn't have side pots. I don't know how much the entry fee was. It may have paid deeper into the field.
Sure.
I see where you're coming from, comparing the two of them, but
my point
without
is,
knowing all the details in my head, to me, it's apples and oranges being compared. But you're absolutely right. It might be right along the same lines. I just don't know the details of both events.
My whole point is that if you're the best at something, I don't care what it is, like the absolute best, which Fedor Gorst was, right? He tried to play that off the 6-ball and didn't get it. But he was in 9-ball last year in that tournament, right? World champion. That to me is worth $500,000.
Anthony, Susan is a
$1 million.
579. I believe Steve is a 581. I'll double check, but I think there's only a 2-point difference between both players.
Yeah.
Somebody asking about their Fargo. I wasn't ignoring you or talking about you.
I mean, you know my point.
Yeah.
We need to find a way to pay these players more money, for their talent level. I'm all for 580 and unders that pay out $20,000.
Yeah, this is something I haven't
But I'd also
seen
like
before.
to see some pro tournaments that pay out $1.2 million, or something like that. Okay, she's got a little angle on this ball. She really tried to juice that.
Same house.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Who sounds of that?
Mike Gwynn.
Oh, that's funny.
Mike Gwynn, thank you for that pictures. That's awesome. Looks like we got two of Arizona's finest also tuning in.
Schlumming it.
I should say 3 of Arizona's finest. We got Mitch Ellerman, Nick DeLeon, and Mike Gwynn tuning in from home. We
right.
appreciate you guys very much. Miss you guys too, like crazy. Me and Nick are both Team Q-Tech, and Mitch and I go back since we were knee-high to a duck.
Well, I fully expect Susan to play a safety here. She can position a 3-ball down behind the 10, kind of roll the cue over, use the 8 and the 10 as blockers.
I don't know what to think about this right now. I just got a picture showing Mitch and Nick sweating this match, and they're both texting me right now, messaging, saying good things. Didn't they just play last night?
They did. It's kind of like when you're younger, you get in a fist fight with somebody and then
the
you shake
next
hands
day,
afterwards.
yeah, that's awesome.
I got in a fist fight in 7th grade and ended up going to the Baltimore Blast game that night, indoor soccer game, with that same kid I got in a fist fight with. He had a broken hand from hitting my head, and I had like bruises all over my face. It was great. Jared Rudo. If you're listening, Jared Rudo, I want a rematch.
And it's nice to have the support of friends like that, watching, sweating it at home.
Yeah.
These guys can go play each other for a couple hundred, couple thousand, and then the next night they're in the same house watching pool together.
Yep. You know, and that's something about the Arizona pool community too. I think, you know, they come out for their people, and so I bet you that out of these 263 people we have, there's probably a good 150 to 175 that are from Arizona, just rooting for people that they've probably lost to before or played against.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Well, this is not an easy shot here. She's got to really focus on it. Cuts it in though, she's in good shape.
She makes this 11 out of 10 times.
She managed to keep a little angle, which is nice.
Yeah, but I think not. Well,
Yeah, she's good. She can spin this ball, get over to that.
she got 2 ways to do it. She could snatch it back, but I think the smartest place to run forward.
Here she comes with the left
2
hand.
rails.
Again. Like, she doesn't even mess around with
doesn't
stretching.
even care.
Yeah, it's just left
She
hand.
just switches like it's natural.
I'm just
Uh-oh.
gonna hit it with my left
Uh-oh.
hand.
Uh-oh.
She's good.
Uh-oh.
She's good.
I know. I just like the word uh-oh. How
Hey,
about
Peter,
this?
we're trying to do just that, buddy. We're trying to change it. So let's see what happens. The only question is, how straight is she on this ball? I think she's got enough where she can make the ball come off this bottom rail and bounce back out for the 8, but she's got to stroke it good.
Yeah, she's got to hit it kind of hard, I think. Or stroke
Or
it very
pure.
well. Yeah, she
Totally pure.
said, no, I don't have to hit it hard, Ben. I just got to stroke it good. Excuse me. I know Susan is very, very family oriented, very loyal to her husband. I believe they've adopted a child as well, or taken in a family member child. Either way, I don't know. I just can't really say how happy it makes me when I see Susan and Mike out playing pool, especially when they're doing well. Susan doesn't get a chance to play. When I first met Susan and Mike, they were both. I mean, they were married. They had no child. They had no pool. Pool was their thing. That was one thing they had in common, and they did it all the time.
Yeah.
And life changed, priorities changed, things changed. And years later, Susan doesn't get and Mike as well, doesn't get nearly, not even a fraction of the amount of practice and play that they used to get. But they can still hang. They can still compete in these types of events. I mean, Susan's guaranteed, 12 12, 20,000, something like that.
A lot of money.
Yeah. That's pretty strong.
You know, in each of her matches, I've been kind of watching from afar, you know, and it seems like right about now in the match is where she kind of takes control. You know, it takes her a few games to get settled, kind of get, you know, her feet under her a little bit, and then, you know, you see where her experience kind of takes over. Her decision making.
That's what I was going to touch on. Is I don't think people realize how seasoned she actually is.
Yeah.
She's considered a professional player, like, or was. She may still be that. She was on a tour. Like, she used to travel, and this was what she did.
Yeah.
So it's.
I mean, the fact
it's
that
nice
she's
to see
so.
that she can pull away from it, have a family, raise a daughter, have a life, and still come back to these types of events and do well is extremely admirable.
Yeah. So, one of the comments on here, somebody said, I want to go to other states and play people. That is a great idea. If you want to get better at pool, the more different people you can play outside of your area. I've lived in 5 different states. And every time...
He did the wrist thing. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Every time I've moved to a new state and met new people and played new people, my game's jumped a level. You know, with one exception. But it's getting out there and exposing yourself to new situations, new people, and really new opportunities to learn and succeed, you know? So I think that's a great idea.
I think I want to start playing pickleball.
After your ankle heals?
No. On a broke ankle. Broken.
Nice shot. She had a big pocket there and took it. Oh, man. That would have hit that
yeah, if
6.
that would have cleared the 3 out, and that would have been disgusting. Adam Stickles saw it too. I made a comment about him twisting the wrist. Adam Stickles just said rotated the wrist. Steve does that on certain shots. Can't explain why. He's not gonna like his next shot at all.
She's gonna nestle him.
I hope he's got bail money.
Oh, it might have leaked.
Never mind. She forgot to lock the handcuffs.
We got a leaker.
She left the cop car unlocked, and now he's gonna break out.
I've been debating getting another piece of apple pie, man. I don't know if that's a signature dish here at Griff's, but I like it.
They do tend to keep Marie calendars on speed dial here. You know, I don't mind this 4-ball, but what do you do next? How do you even play for a safe right here? That's not going to do it. You're dead straight hooked.
I wonder how that 5-6 is. That 5-6 kind of wired, or
it might go off the 8. The screen you're looking at is different than the screen I'm looking at.
Yeah, you just got to soft kick the 5, man.
We can do this right now.
Yeah, I like coming to the bottom rail by this Alsville rack and coming up and just soft kicking into the 5.
Well, he's looking at one rail on the back of it.
Yeah, I don't love
toward the 7 or 10 or toward that corner. I think that's his only chance of making anything.
In fact, this is one where you get a ref.
No, I don't think the 6 moves at all on this shot.
Well, not like that. But if he would have fired it into both those balls at the same time, you'd have no idea.
That's the downfall to that shot, though, is he broke up the only problem situation on the table. But he didn't really have a choice. So we'll see how Susan handles this. I like just playing a stop. Truthfully, I like drawing it back about 3 inches if I can, just so I'm on the proper side for shape on the 6, because I'm probably going to play the 7-10 combination. If the 6 was on the other side of the table, I wouldn't be worried about the 7-10 combo. I'd play the 7 to the lower right, but because of where the 6 is and the 5 itself, I think it's just too natural.
I think she got kind of straight.
She did, yeah. So she may actually, I don't know how big her stroke is, but if it's confident or big enough, she's either playing a stop shot and playing the 7-10, or she's going to put everything she has into this stroke and drop back to the long rail near the left side pocket and play the 7 to the lower right. I like just taking my medicine a little bit here and just rolling it in.
I agree.
And playing that 7-10. Just put all my energy in that 7-10.
Unless you're just going to hit it perfect.
God. Good that she hit that ball, man.
Unless you're just going to draw back to the perfect window.
How good did she hit that
What
ball?
a shot that was.
Gosh, she plays so much better than her husband.
And she's playing in sandals. I mean, come on.
So much better than her husband. Mike, I love you to death. I'm just kidding, buddy.
She plays good. If they ever get the chance to like play more pool, you know, they're gonna being able to spar together is like.
I mean, aside
huge.
from like Joshua and Pia Filler, this has got to be one of the stronger husband-wife couples out there. Certainly in Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I love my wife to death, but I'd never play Scotch doubles with. I'd never play any game of
She
pool.
got there. She didn't like it. It's like she didn't want that shape, but she hit it good.
I think she thought the table was going to run her a little slower.
You know, and this, if you hit the right draw stroke on this, you just can't jab it. You got to hit it smooth. We'll draw back right for the 10, and she'll be in great shape.
Such a contrast. I love the jab right here. I'm not even kidding. I'm not saying it's a...
Where, like, come over here?
No, just jab and stop it right there.
Oh, no, draw back. Just like this. Wow, that's a shame, because she played that rack beautifully until there. Yeah, she's making some noises over here. She's not happy about that because, like I said, that she played the rack. She knows she played the rack absolutely perfect until there. So this is one of those spinners. Make it left-hand spin, come 1, 2, 3 rails, but he didn't get any spin on it.
Oh my gosh, that was all top and no left.
Yeah.
That top just absolutely stunned that ball and kept it up there. I'll tell you what, right now, Susan's not too upset. She was upset about 30 seconds ago. She knows there's a chance that she may get back to the table this game.
Yeah, somebody just said what I thought, too. I thought that Pia fella was his sister.
You did?
Yeah, is it not his sister?
You thought that, or are you reading the comment?
Both. I thought it.
No, Pia is his wife. They've been married since he was 20, yeah.
So, like, a week ago?
They grew up childhood sweethearts.
Really?
They are married. They are not brother and sister. Wow.
That ain't getting there.
No, it's not getting there, but it's leaving something delicious for Susan Dub. But no, Pia Filler and Joshua Filler are not related in any other sense of the fact that they are married, husband and wife.
Just so curious. Okay, Susan takes another one. She goes up 7-4. You know, these are unique balls. What balls are these, Ben?
These are the Cyclop Hyperion pool balls.
Yeah, they're unique. The cue ball has...
It's got circles and squares.
Yeah.
Or rectangles, I should
It's
say.
like a geometry lesson.
They couldn't do all circles like the Measle did due to, like, you know, copyright or patent infringement, something along those lines. So it's got rectangles basically instead. But this is the Cyclop Hyperion set. This is the traditional 8 and 9 ball. If you buy the whole set of balls, it actually comes with a different second cue ball. It also comes with a different 8 ball and a different 9 ball. the different 8-ball and the different 9-ball have almost a dragon logo on the side of them. It's a Cyclop logo, but it almost looks like a dragon. If you go back to last year's WPA championships that were held right here, commentated by myself, Carl Boyce, and oh my gosh, I apologize, Jason Kane. That was the first time we introduced that set of pool balls, and you can actually see the difference in the 8 and 9 ball versus the ones that we're using here. These are traditional looking, which are for the pool players' sake. If we put the fancier ones out, or the ones that aren't so traditional looking, they have an excessive logo on the side of them. They've got a graphic on the side of them, if you will, that makes it, in my opinion, a little bit distracting.
It's a really nice layout here for Susan. I fully expect her to do some damage here. She just needs to get on the right side of 3-ball here. It's like she's looking for this up in the corner. Very nice.
No idea.
And thank you, Joe. We appreciate that compliment. Just trying to add a little value here. The players are the real stars. I'm drawing this back with low left and coming around that corner. Ball track right between the side pocket and the 9-ball for a good shot on the 5. We'll see if she plays the same way. She didn't get enough low on it. So she kind of got, she made out okay, but that's what caused that angle to be a little wider than what she wanted. If she would have got a little more low on it, she would have cupped that corner. Came right around.
Oh, she hit that good.
Yeah,
That's a tough shot to control. When you're loading up with inside like that, shooting into a tight pocket.
she's really starting to feel it. It's just a shot or two here or there where she's slipping up, but for the most part, she's hitting the balls really well.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah. She would have been a little better off with the position you suggested, but this will work. The question is she going to jack up and draw it? Or?
No.
Because she did that other time. Looks like she's going to go up to the top of the table.
I think she's just rolling it. She likes this shot. If she can put the cue ball where the 9 is, she didn't like that. Oh my gosh.
She knew it as soon as she hit it. We saw her body.
She turned around. Yeah.
She squatted down.
So, I'm not going to get involved, but Mike, I think you should message your wife and tell her to take 5.
You just got involved.
Pardon me?
You just got
I
involved.
did, whatever. I shouldn't say stuff like that. I just, if I knew if I knew Steve was married, I knew his wife, and Steve was struggling, I'd say, hey Steve, or Steve's wife, tell Steve, take 5.
Yeah. 7-5.
Let's take a quick moment and pick your brain a little bit about your new Pool Player podcast channel that you've got. I know you can be reached on Instagram and Facebook at Pool Player Podcast. Pretty easy to remember. Same thing with YouTube. Go to Pool Player Podcast, subscribe, hit that bell button. Let you know every time Joey puts out some new content. But while Steven is breaking, perhaps you could just briefly run down kind of what that's all about.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I appreciate the opportunity to share that. I just had it in my heart that there's so many pro pool players out there in the United States and abroad that have a story, and we don't often get to hear their story. And their story could help us or entertain us. And, I started doing this about really 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I've already recorded 6 episodes, released 2 of them.
Wow.
And I got a list of about 15 people, and I mean some really heavy hitters that have agreed to do it. We just haven't got a date set yet because we got to work with each of our schedules. And in a way, it kind of talks about this current state of pool that I'm able to just talk to one of these top players and get them to agree to an interview like that, right?
That's pretty
awesome. I couldn't do that with Phil Mickelson or Tiger Woods,
I'll get you in touch if you need to.
Best place to kind of keep track of it is YouTube, and it looks like Sundays is going to be
I meant to ask you too, so we could share that on here. What's the best place? Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it YouTube? Is there one that you keep up with a little more than the other? Are they all 3 platforms pretty much equal for you? What's the best?
That was a good shot.
That was a fantastic shot.
Replay that. Or at least have it.
I'm going to wait till she shoots this deuce before I hit the replay button, just so we're not interrupting anything. Okay, she made the 2. Check out this replay. She called it.
Yeah, she did.
That's certainly one of the better shots of the event so far.
Yeah.
Mike, you can't do that.
Yeah, I'd say, if you're interested in watching the videos and the podcasts, these are video podcasts, so you'll get to see, the players' reactions. It would be YouTube. And
YouTube is the best?
Yeah, I'll be updating more frequently on Facebook and Instagram, places like that, but the actual podcast interviews are going to be on YouTube.
Okay.
So, yeah, Pool Player Podcast.
They can be found on either of the 3 platforms, correct?
Yeah, I will definitely link to them through that.
Your recommendation or your preference, I suppose, is YouTube.
Yeah, and if you connect with me on Facebook, Instagram, any of those platforms, and you want to make recommendations for who you want to see or make a connection, maybe if you happen to have a relationship with one of these guys, and hey, I know Jason Shaw, I'll hook you up,
Oh, that's going to cost money.
That kind of thing.
That's going to cost you. I will talk to Jason. We have a unique relationship, Jason Shaw and I. But if he's somebody you'd like to...
Absolutely.
We should get someone from...
where do we see Jason? We see him at the top events. We see him at Moscone.
Turning
and
Stone,
we see him,
US Open, Moscone
we see
Cup.
him he's kind of a villain to us in the U.S. sometimes because we see him on the opposite team, playing for Europe, and he's got that flair to him that sometimes kind of annoys us as U.S. fans, and so I'd like to talk to him. I'd like for him to kind of talk to the fans out there and, people to get to know him a little better. So that's kind of the idea.
I gotcha. Well, I'm not going to make any promises, but I will put a bug in his ear and see if I can't make it happen.
Awesome, thank you.
That'd be super cool. If nothing else, you can just sit there and listen to his Scottish accent for an hour.
Yeah.
No, he's super cool. Him, and happy belated birthday to his son Colin. Shout out and hello to Ara, and I can't believe I'm spacing their daughter's name right now. I feel so terrible for that because I was just hanging out with her at Moscone last year.
Looks like Susan's calling the 5 ball.
She has called the 5.
Play a combo.
She needs to be cautious of the 4. I like playing this with top rolling it forward because that 4 is actually going to drift right of center.
Yep, that's a good call.
Way right of center. She did very well.
Yep. She can just play this ball with some inside English. Come around 2 to 3 rails here. She'll have a good shot on the green 6 ball. She looks like she's queuing low though. She might come out with
she's snatching
1 rail.
Snatching this ball back 1 rail. Uh-oh.
She's okay.
We're good. Gosh, she played that so well.
Yeah. So this is interesting. She can follow this ball and come up on the other side of the 7. She's got to be a little careful though. Or I wonder how that 7-10 lays in the side.
Lazar, apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Yeah, I was actually just speaking with Jason. I believe he actually took over his in-laws' pool room, or is in the process of taking it over in Connecticut. Orange, Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken. But that's super, super cool. I'll definitely be making a trip out there and see if I can't talk Jason into giving me way too much weight for way too little money.
You better play him even. I want to hear about that.
I mean, I'd try anybody even. I'm not going to like it, but
10 a game, play him even.
10 a game.
It'd be the best $200 you ever spent before you quit.
Alright, I gotta lose 20 racks to the guy? God.
That is gold, though, when you can play a top player super cheap. You know, it's nothing like it. You get so much knowledge and information.
Players in Arizona, I mean, I can't speak for all states because I haven't been to all states, but I can use Arizona as a great example because that's where I'm originally from. They've got players like Scott Frost, Mitch Ellerman, Bobby Emmons, Nick De Leon, is that his last name? Something like that. Gus Brazino, a handful of others that are all world-class and or borderline world-class. Phenomenal players that don't have so much pride that they won't play you. I promise you, if you approach Mitch on a day when he doesn't have something going on and said, "Hey Mitch, would you play me $2 a game or $5 a game?" He would say yes, and he would beat you out of every $2 or $5 you were willing to lose.
$94 later.
Yeah,
you're like, what
regardless
the heck
of what it cost you later. I mean, if it's something you're willing to lose and something you can afford to lose, take advantage of those opportunities. I can't express that enough. I was fortunate enough to grow up around people that would love to play races to 3 for $5. As weird as that sounds, you gotta bear down so hard for $5. I don't want to lose that $5, but neither does this guy.
I wonder why she's jabbing this ball.
Because she's playing it in the side.
Yeah, but just roll forward. I guess she felt comfortable about kind of sticking it, but I would have rolled it forward and just taken the shot on the 10 in the corner. Yeah, you're right, Ben. When Mitch moved back to Arizona...
Mitch just texted me, and then Mitch said, and then I'll take him out to dinner afterward.
When Mitch moved back
Probably Texas Roadhouse. It'll end up costing Mitch money.
When Mitch moved back to Arizona, K2, that does the events down there in Phoenix...
That's
Carlos,
Kaylin and Carlos, right?
Yeah. They said, hey, do you want to play Mitch a match? And I was like... Yeah, or actually, Carlos asked me who I wanted to play after I played Chris Lulick, and I said, I'd like to play Mitch Ellerman. I like to test myself, you know? And then, of course, you know, that wasn't just banter for them. They're texting me, like, when do you want to play Mitch? And I'm like, oh, man, I got to play Mitch now.
It gets serious.
Yeah, and so, you know, I remember thinking, you know, I want to play for enough that is meaningful, and I'm going to try hard, but, you know, I don't want to lose a ton of money because Mitch is a great player. And so, you know, I told him...
Tell Mitch to make his own car payment. Don't make it for him.
So I remember talking to Kaylin about it and saying, well, will Mitch play for this? Will Mitch play for that? You know, and try to negotiate. And she's like... She said, Mitch will do whatever you want to do. Whatever game, whatever race,
he's super laid back when it comes to that.
Yeah, it was so chill in terms of
I can't remember how that went. Did you win the main event and then he won the final one?
You know, it was a weird match
situation.
because he definitely outplayed me. He won the first. He was loose and fast.
You guys were doing 2 out of 3 sets.
He won the 2 out of 3 sets, and
then you did one more.
He was up 6-1 in the third set. Yeah, but I mean, only because he missed a ball he wouldn't.
He
missed a ball he wouldn't normally miss.
I'm not picking on him or saying anything either way. I'm just saying.
I just don't want to take credit like I outplayed him by any means. He definitely made
it. It's just Mitch. Come on. Just kidding. I know he's watching.
He was dead. He was dead out on the Hill game and was making a beautiful out to get there, and he actually missed a shot he wouldn't normally miss. And then he actually conceded the last 4 balls.
He doesn't normally miss anything.
I know.
That's sick. Yeah. Still to this day, one of my favorite days of my life. One of the days I will never, ever, ever forget. And it was such a simple day. I was at River City Pockets, sitting on the side of the bar, watching a laptop next to Mitchell's father, Warren, bless his heart, rest in peace. We watched Mitch. This was, I believe, 2008. Mitch, if you're on the stream, please correct me, but I think it was 2008. We watched Mitch double dip Jose Perica for the United States Bar Table Championships of 8-ball.
Yep.
That still to this day is one of my favorite days ever.
Yep.
And majority of that is because of how happy and how proud Warren, his dad was
that's awesome.
when that happened, and I was sitting right next to him
That's super cool.
the entire time. Rooting him on screen. We're in the middle of this pool room screaming at a laptop screen.
Yeah. This is hold on real quick, Ben. This is where you
apologize.
This is where you bank the one out and just float the cue ball down off the side rail right behind the 2-ball.
Talk about a contrast in styles. Bank the 1 past the 3 and run out.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
It's too risky. You put him right behind the 2-ball, the 1
Then
ball
play
down
the 10. Bank the 1 over and use the 10 for a blocker.
Watch. No, she's shooting your
Take
shot.
my shot,
I can't believe it.
She's
gone safe.
She did half of my shot. She's like the safe part of it, but look where that ball's rolling. That's almost...
I know. I still like my shot because the 1 would be right here and your cue ball would be up behind the 2. Who knows?
Well, in a real quick hurry, all this Bud Light Lime Jack Fire caught up with me. I'm going to need to step out for just a moment to clear the system.
It's probably good because whenever you're in here, we just tell stories the whole time. And you walk away, I actually talk about the balls.
We do talk about some things, don't we?
Yeah, it's fun though.
I'm getting messages from people. Can you focus on the match, please?
I'm sick of hearing your stories.
Yeah, your stories are garbage, Ben. Stop.
Yeah, I think she's going to kick behind this ball and try to have the 1 track between the 4 and 5. And if she does that, she could get the cue ball right behind the, kind of down here by the rack.
Did you see that Jesus is watching our stream?
No. Jesus?
No, Christ.
Oh.
Christ is
Spike.
in the room. Spike, yeah.
The Spikester.
Christ Iardo. I hate that I love that kid.
What's not to
There's
love
been
about
so
Spike?
many times that he's just spanked me in the tournament, and I want to go off on Facebook or something. I just want to be so mad at somebody, and he's like the nicest kid in the world. You can't be mad at him at all, even when he whoops the hell out of you.
He's a solid dude.
He certainly is.
Nice shot. Alright, maybe this will get Steve going. He makes a nice opener on the 1 ball. And,
everything seems to connect really well here.
yeah, it does. 3 to the 4 looks nice.
He doesn't have
6
to
is
do
right
much.
there.
Doesn't have to do much at all. He did more than he needed to there, but he's still going to be a great.
Yeah.
I pray. Every night I pray to Spike before I go to bed. I say my prayers. Talk to Spike. Some of you might be wondering, if you're in the chat, there's a gentleman named Christ Iardo who's got a nickname of the name Spike. One of the top players from Arizona, and certainly one of the
Coolest cats.
yeah, I wasn't going to say coolest. 'Cause I agree with you, but I was going to go even further and just be like one of the most genuine people you will ever meet. And as weird as this may sound, I joined the Mile High Club with him. Total joke. Myself, him, and Heather Cortez flew to a Chinook Winds tournament in Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
It's 2016 or 17, something like that. So as soon as we hit the 5,280 foot mark on the plane, we're in the Mile High Club. So we joke about it. That was one of the best pool trips of my life, if not the best pool trip of my life. And unfortunately, Spike and I both did pretty well in the tournament, to the point where we ended up running into each other toward the later stages. And Spike knocked me out of the tournament. Thanks a lot, Spike.
Steve's making quick work of this rack.
Yeah, he certainly is. I gotta quit telling stories.
Not much to talk about here.
We could talk about the scoreline being 8-6 here in about 2 shots.
Hold on. Slow down, doggy.
Okay.
Ouch. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, I'll tell you what, Susan flew out of her chair and then kind of walked away for a minute because I think she realized that she got up excited and didn't want to offend her opponent.
Steve's in agony.
Yes, Steve is having a rough moment, and Susan was excited about the moment, hopped up real quick, and then kind of walked away politely, kind of out of respect.
The word is empathy.
That's
She had some
exactly
empathy.
it, yeah.
I think.
Now, if you're Susan, you bank this ball straight in the hole. If you're Susan's husband, you drill it into a rail and sell out for your opponent.
Poor Mike.
Oh, I can be so brutal to Mike, but I love him to death, and he knows it.
I wonder if he knew that by Susan advancing this tournament was going to increase the number of insults he gets.
I don't think he minds. He sees the payday. He can take a few fake words from me. Split the pocket.
Got
Dink.
it. Nice shot. Mike,
That
how are
was
you
huge.
and Susan divvying up the winnings?
Yeah, she's coming home with like 10,000. I think she leaves the rest here with us. Right? Okay, while she's racking, I'm going to use this opportunity to check the tire pressure in my car. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, guys. She made a beautiful bank shot there. Look at all the hearts. You guys see this? And she is pulling away. She needs 6 more games, and you know what? If she keeps playing like this, they're going to go pretty quick. What a great showing by Arizona in this tournament. Have 2 players in the finals, 3 in the final 4. It's pretty cool. I'm kind of proud to be a part of that state these days. And nothing on the break. Alright. Well. I think Steve can shoot this ball with like a center ball stroke, and maybe slide over just enough to make the 2. Just like that. A little harder than he needed to, but he struck it well. Absolutely, Mike Williams. That's how it works. Same way in my house. Hey, thanks, Junior. Good to see you checking in. Oh, man. Oh, I fell. The ball sat there for a good 2 seconds and then fell in. It's a tough shot here. Yeah, that's tough. That might go. Wow. Get the recording. How do you like that? Nice shot. You know, if you're Steve right now, you got to take this one game at a time. You got to just seize whatever opportunities you get. You just work your way back into the match. You know, it's still a long way to go in this match. Susan still needs 6 games. It's not quite panic time yet. So just try to do something good every time you get to the table. Like that, that's pretty good. Looks like he opened up the 8 and the 9. 6 still goes in the side, I think. So if he can roll this 6 in the side, should have a shot on a 7 in the corner. 8 ball makes this a little bigger pocket, I think. Oh no, he played the corner and he hit it really well. Just not quite precise enough. I'm surprised at that. I thought that ball went to the side. I thought the side might be an easier shot. She's pulling out the jump cue here. I think the problem with trying to masse or do something else is the fact that the 6 is so deep. So you masse the ball, you got a good chance of hitting it square and following it right in. But here I think with the jump shot, she thinks if she can get over the 8 ball and hit a portion of the 6 ball there, half the 6 or a third of the 6 ball, then she makes it and comes out of that corner. Let's see. Very nice. Look at this. This is going to be perfect. Wow. Nice shot. Baginski, I know you like the jump. You always like the jump. Guys are up to 261 people and counting, so do us a favor, hit that share button if you don't mind. Uh-oh, she miscued. If I'm Susan, I'm doing some work on my tip right now, because that's at least the 3rd time that I've seen her miscue today. So I don't know if maybe, sometimes your tips can dry out a little bit. It's just the way it is. So something's going on there. Because for a player of her caliber to miscue 3 times in one day is a little much. I think he still has her hooked. Here she comes with the jump cue again, and when you're jumping a ball in this position on the table, typically you're banking at cross corner. To jump and try to hit a cut shot, you just need such precision. So a lot of times you'll see a player in this position right here bank it, or jump it and try to bank it cross corner. I think that's what we'll see here, attempt at that. Pretty good. She hits that a little bit harder, she gets totally safe. Keep that in mind on those banks from that position on the table, that if you miss those banks wide, that ball tracks back down to that center diamond on this bottom rail when you miss it. So instead, Steve's got a shot here. He missed it. Okay. Hey, see you, brother.
Later, Joey. Take care, bro.
See you, man. Drive safe, okay?
Thanks, buddy.
All right, see ya. Okay. So, Susan has one of these shots with the ball right on the rail here. You just got to cinch this down the rail. Easier said than done. Well, folks, I think we're looking at a 7-10 combo here for Steve. And it looks pretty darn good. wrist twist there, and he's not gonna like this. I don't. Oh yeah, he is. Thought he was gonna scratch. This is great, guys. We're up to 274 people. I think that's awesome. So Susan's gonna have a long shot at this 7. She overcut it just a bit. Now it's set up in really good position for Steve here. Chance for him to get to 6. So this is a shot I'm coming around 3 rails on to get on the 9 in the other corner. Didn't quite get there. I think, yeah, he'll cut the ball on the side, come off the bottom rail, come out for the 10. Hey Evans, what's up, buddy? Yeah, notice he kind of pushed that shot and kind of, you know, tried to finesse it in the side. I think the shot there is get the angle that you know you're going to make that shot and then shoot that shot with a little bit of pace and draw off that bottom rail. You know, there was a time in my pool career where shooting balls in the side, I started trying to baby them too much. And then when you come to the realization that, like, hey, look, if my angle is right, if I'm aiming in the right place, I can hit the ball with some pace into the side pocket. And I actually became more accurate doing that. So don't be afraid to hit the ball with a little bit of pace into the sides. So Susan obviously didn't want to hit that corner pocket up there, but you know, she's got to refocus. She's taking extra time chalking her cue because she knows now she just needs a clear reset, clear her mind, and just pocket this ball. And this is a big swing because that could have been 9-6, and now it could be 10-5. Ten to 5. Susan takes the lead. We're starting to get some clapping here at Griff's, which is kind of cool. People clapping for the players. Love to see that. So yeah, one thing about Susan when she's shooting and she's gonna miss a ball, you know it instantly. It's like she knows it instantly, and I think that just has to do with her hitting so many balls in her life. You know, when she hits a ball bad, she like instantly has a body reaction where she leans or, you know, does something with her body, squats down or whatever. So that's how, like, when I watched her shoot that 10 ball, I was watching her body, and it just like she just stayed straight down and focused, and I just knew it was in. And she's built a sizable lead here. Really, she just needs 5 more games to Steve's 10 more games. She's striking the balls pretty good on the break too, and she's going to get rewarded this time. She's got a great shot here on the 1. I don't know that she can draw the cue ball out past the 3. She might have to go, check this out, she might have to cut the 1 in with a little bit of right hand spin, but not hit the 3, hit the rail, hit the 4, and then slide out for the 3. I think it looks like she is going low. She's got to be careful not to hit the 3. She might mess things up. Oh yeah, she had plenty of room. It's tough to see from these angles sometimes. So very important off this shot, I think ideally, to leave that nice angle on the floor ball. Especially if you're looking, like I'm looking to play the 5 on the side, I think. I guess you could play it in the corner, but you're going to be faced with a kind of a cut shot on the 5 if you play it in the corner, unless you get like such precise position that the 8 ball comes into play. So I like shooting the 3, leaving an angle on the 4, and playing the 4 with low outside English to draw it back to shoot the 5 in the draw it back off that rail and then shoot the 5 on the side. Let's see what she does. Come on. It's not quite enough to do what you want to do. So yeah, the table next to them, last match was Steve and, nice bank. Last match was Steve and Sean. Sean complained about the people standing over there, kind of in his line. It didn't seem to bother Steve. It doesn't seem to bother Susan, but they are playing a one-pocket game over there on that table. I don't know if they're going or what. But I have a feeling if the players were to complain about it, they might. Nice shot. They might give him the boot, but so far, but they don't seem to be interfering at all. Okay. Just stay down on this ball and stroke it right in the side. Should be alright. So overcut it a little bit. You know, we're not exactly in must-win territory for Steve here, but we kind of are. You gotta get out here. You got 4 balls out in the clear, and if you don't get out here, you're gonna have a 6-game deficit with Susan only needing 4 games. So this is pretty critical. So I like that Steve's taking his time to really think through this because it is very important. That'll play. Coming right down around this 9 ball. And shoot the 9 ball in this bottom right corner. Just like this. Nice shot.
I don't mean just the tournament. Just in general.
Okay. Looks like Steve is going to draw closer, making the score 10-6 when he pockets this 10 ball. Hey, watch that replay. I caught it.
Did you catch a replay?
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
so.
folks, I had to step up while
It was like 3
I
games
used the
ago.
restroom for a moment, but I'm going to be real impressed if this replay is actually
Any good?
any good. He didn't call. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, no way did he. High five to my partner Joey for catching the best replay of the event. Let's stash that away right here in the playlist for later. Oh, that was awesome. Great job, brother.
Thanks.
I went to use the restroom for a minute and then went outside and had a conversation with someone for just a brief moment about some future events to come, some pay-per-view events coming on the horizon. Events such as, you know, like $100,000 action type things.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep. Joey's going to step out for a minute. You're going to be left with me. But that's okay. Kind of an awkward break there for Steve. He made the 10 on the break, which we don't see too often. Tough to tell from this angle, but I don't believe he can see the 1 ball. Regardless, the 3, 8, and 4 are an issue. We'll see how he decides to address this. I believe he's called to push out. He has. He's just looked at Susan, and Susan's definitely probably gonna give this back. Susan actually laughed. Oh, go ahead. Too good. So let's see how he handles this here. I personally don't even know what to do with this situation. I almost feel like you just have to take your medicine and go one rail. I'm not quite sure, but this is kind of what I'm picturing. Something along those lines. He's frozen to that 10, so if he decides to go this way, he has to put so much extreme left-hand English on it to get it to connect with that one ball. And that's what he's calling. Well, he's called that pocket. Ooh, he's looking at the 3-railer. My gosh. We're not playing a 3-foul rule, so shouldn't hurt him too bad. I like Susan pocketing the 1 and the 2 and playing safe on the 3. She could freeze right up to that 8 ball and make life absolutely miserable for Mr. Lingafelter. She could also opt to break it out. It's a little bit riskier, but it's one of those situations where you're kind of gonna have to weigh the risk versus reward. She said the risk isn't worth it. So I think we're going to see her either draw this back about a foot or run it forward into the rail and come back off the rail about a foot and a half or so. I'm dead wrong once again. She hit it absolutely perfect. She had a great angle to bust those open. As a matter of fact, bless his heart, Steve Lingafelter, her opponent, actually off to the sidelines gave a small little round of applause because he was acknowledging a great shot on that 2 ball. Good shot by Susan. Extremely good shot. I wonder if that's her own bridge. She came up a little bit short. She's probably going to keep that bridge in her hand and shoot again with it. She wanted to go about 4 or 5 inches further. She can thin this ball, go 2 rails, head rail, foot rail, and then come right back up, kind of right in this area here. I suppose that would be a better example. I think she's going to thin that 4.
If you're playing pool, you need to have your mask on. Only time if you're sitting down eating.
She did thin it, however.
So if you have your mask on your chin,
She thinned it, but she overcut it.
put it on your face.
And she also hit the 8 ball, either with her cue stick or the bridge. We couldn't tell from our vantage point. Either way, it's not a foul because neither the 4 ball nor the cue ball crossed the path of the ball that was moved. So it's not a foul. It's Steve's option to put it back or leave it as is. Steve has opted to leave it where it is. Only issue I see here is the 7 ball. And I believe he will strike this fairly firm with top left hand English. Try to get right up in this area here. Sorry, let's go blue. Right up here, I think, is where he wants to be with that cue ball, so he can play it right down here to the lower left corner. But I see him cueing low. Maybe he's gonna draw back and play up table. Okay, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I have no idea what he was attempting to accomplish there. That ball certainly does not bank there. So he's going to have to play safe. I kind of like going this way. Something along these lines. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that shot right there. Kind of the only thing he has working in his favor for that shot at this moment is the fact that that corner pocket is 4 1/8 of an inch open, and she's shooting about 4 inches off the rail, and she's got about 6 feet before she makes contact with that 7. So she's got to strike this ball very well. Unfortunately, she didn't. She actually struck it away from the pocket. However, she was able to make contact with the 8, and she was... I don't like to use the term roll too often, but she got a little bit of a roll. Dean Howell. That is probably the coolest comment I have gotten in such a long time. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you so much. Even if you're just saying it to be funny, that's super cool. Ben is the John Madden of pool broadcasting. That's too cool. I try to do my best in here. I do not claim to be a professional commentator, professional streamer, professional pool player. I don't claim any of that. I do claim to do my best at all of them. So I do appreciate cool little comments and recognition like that. Very cool. Thank you, sir. Rob James, I'm kind of surprised you weren't here this year, brother. To be perfectly honest, I'm kind of surprised you're under 580. Are you eligible for this tournament? Oh man, you guys are making me blush with all these kind comments. I appreciate you guys very much. I've been told a lot that my voice is different on commentary than it is in real life, and I think it's because doing commentary, I'm very conscious of the players and their location. I obviously don't want to shark or distract a player, so I try to be somewhat smooth, try to be somewhat stealth, if you will, kind of quiet, but you guys are the best. Thank you so much. Oh, Trick 60. Trick 60, you just topped the previous comment. Oh my goodness. Before I even address that, you can hear the room, folks. I hope you can anyhow. They're loving this. I'm sorry. The whole room was applauding because they thought the race was a race. They thought. I'm sorry, I can't even talk. They thought it was a race to 11 because that's what every race has been so far. However, this is the final. This is a race to 15. So a bunch of people just started clapping, thinking the match was over. Even her opponent. Oh, what a sweetheart. Steven Lingafelter even just said off to the side, I would have rather you just won and get it over with.
That's funny.
Okay, so while you were gone, Joey.
Yeah, what happened?
I had to flex a little bit.
Okay.
I had to tune out everything that was going on and just dial into my inner commentator.
Oh boy.
And Mr. Dean Howell, Ben is the John Madden of pool broadcasting.
Oh, snap.
I agree, Ben, your voice works great for keeping people's attention. You have your own bus yet? Madden wouldn't fly.
Oh my.
Ben, you are up there with Box Office Boys and Double J.
Hey guys, do you know that we're in a booth here? We're in a soundproof booth that
guys
Ben built, and I'm afraid that with Ben's head now, we're not going to both fit in here.
Do you have any idea how good you guys made me feel?
His head's just swelling up so big.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. Thank you for that trick. I actually have commentated with Carl Boyce. He's actually a good buddy of mine. We did the WPA event last year here. And boy, let me tell you, myself and him had so much fun commentating. And he actually got me in with Chris Melling, who I had already kind of met once or twice, but he kind of helped establish a friendship. And anyhow, it was a ton of fun. But my ultimate goal, or one of my goals, I should say, not my ultimate goal maybe, but one of my goals is to sit in a booth side by side with Jeremy Jones. In my opinion, he's one of the, if not
He's the best.
top commentator.
Yeah.
He's got, no, don't get me wrong, Jim Weich, Jerry Forsyth, why am I drawing a blank? One pocket. Billion Cardona.
Ian Cardona.
There are more than a handful of phenomenal, she's playing safe, phenomenal commentators out there. Jeremy Jones has always been somebody I've looked up to. He's closer to my age bracket. We've got similar styles. I've studied his commentary, as weird as that sounds. I watch a lot of matches just because he's commentating on them, because I want to improve on my commentary. So it's always been kind of, I don't want to say a dream, but a goal or something I'd like to achieve in my life, to sit side by side with Jeremy and commentate on, say, a Mosconi Cup match or a U.S. Open match, or Diamond Las Vegas Open, World 10 Ball, something along those lines, something big, not your weekly tournament.
Yeah.
But I think it would be really, really cool, and I've gotten a lot of feedback from people over the. Oh my gosh, Dean Howell dropped the Jimmy Mataya. That's all you had to say. You don't need to say anymore. That was. You guys remember when I commentated with Mataya during the Swanee? Either way. It would be an absolute treat. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna probably call Emily Frazier and see if I cover my own expenses to fly to Europe. Can I get in on commentating, possibly on the Mosconi Cup, or maybe wait a year or two? They might already have it taken care of, but that would be an absolute dream movie to commentate side by side with.
Hey, why not ask?
A USA patron.
Look, how did I get up here? I found out about this event. I messaged you. I said, hey, can I come commentate? You said, yeah.
I didn't even hesitate.
Yeah,
so I'll be honest with you, too. And I hope the people I'm referring to aren't watching at the moment. Because there were 2 or 3 people that reached out to me and said, hey, can I come commentate with you? Or, hey, do you need another commentator? Or, hey, do you need somebody in the booth? No, you know what? I got it covered. No worries. I appreciate the offer, but I've got it taken care of. This was before you or Nick had reached out to me. Now, unfortunately, Nick wasn't able to make it. We understand why.
Yeah, he's dead to me.
She almost got that 4 rails.
Yeah, she did.
She almost got that 4 rails.
I was getting ready to say record it, like I recorded the other 4 rails.
Yeah. Oh, God, you did so good with that. I don't even want to say accidentally, but you recorded probably the best highlight of the event.
Yeah, because, so the funny part is my car was terribly dirty, and I'm a clean car guy, and if I'm ever going to have anybody in my car, it needs to be clean, right? And so Nick's like, oh, we're going to Vegas, blah, blah, blah. So I go out, I spend all kinds of money getting my car detailed, because I want it to, look and smell nice when Nick gets in it, impress the guy. And then he's like, yeah, I can't go. I would have never even got my car detailed. I would have washed it, but... Thanks, Nick.
One thing I never do is before I leave town, why am I going to wash my car when I know I'm going to drive 200 or 300 miles and kill 400 bugs along the way?
Yeah, but
let's get it washed when I get to Vegas.
I just
I know what you're saying.
I don't want to ride in a dirty car,
Yeah, I think that would be super cool. I've worked with Matchroom on a number of events. I got very fortunate to be introduced to Emily Frazier, and somehow she caught wind of my interest in bowling. I've got a 212 average in bowling. I bowl league as well. Well, it was 212 a couple of years ago. It's probably a few pins higher than that now, but the Weber Cup, which is similar to the Mosconi Cup. The Weber Cup is the bowling version of the Mosconi Cup, if you will. That was an unfortunate scratch there from Susan. She made a nice cake and 2 rails, and unfortunately scratch on the side. But yeah, I got an opportunity to work the Weber Cup, which is similar to the Mosconi Cup, but it's the bowling version of it.
Yeah.
They've got singles and doubles and teams formats and blah, blah, blah. So I got to work that, and I did well. and I got invited to come work at the U.S. Open.
When you say work, you mean commentate?
No, I apologize. Emily needed help with ticket distribution.
Oh, okay.
Meaning people that had purchased tickets online or family members of the professional players that were involved. I don't know if you know professional bowlers by name, but you know Oscar Palermo, Jacob Bartroff, there's Chris Barnes, a whole list of players from both Europe and almost said Arizona, Europe and United States. Very, very, very similar to the Moscone Cup, but it's bowling instead of pool.
Yeah.
So I got asked to work this event, and I rocked it. I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I rocked it. Did a great job. Did what I needed to do. Got invited back to work the U.S. Open.
Nice.
And when they called me, they said, "Hey, we're looking for a lot of people to help with this U.S. Open. We need scorekeepers. We need time stopwatch operators. But we don't want you for
Good
that."
shot.
That was a beautiful shot. She says, "We don't want you for that, though."
No?
That's all right. She says, "I want you as tournament operator." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah." She's like, "You're not going to be working under me. You're going to be working under Nick Teal, who runs the tournament. He's the tournament director. We need you to basically be his assistant." So I was, and I rocked it.
Nice.
Did a great job. Had so much fun with it. Got invited back the next year to work, and unfortunately passed on it because I was already an entrant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Last year I worked the U.S. Open. This year I was supposed to play the U.S. Open.
You were planning to snap it off.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to break Josh Filler's heart. Let me get somebody for you.
Yeah. We have a hard, fast rule when we're commentating. We don't call hits. Let's leave that to the tournament director.
It's actually going to go slow-mo with this camera too, just as a double verification.
This is where technology comes in, which is kind of cool, is that he's going to record this in slow-mo and then play it back in case there's any question about the hit. You know, it's funny, I've seen some of these that...
You're in the middle of a match.
Oh.
Don, what's up? You good?
Yeah. Later, man. You out there, bro? Yeah. I just want to say later, Steve. Take care, bro.
I don't know about that one. That's real close. I don't know what the call was on that. Was that good? What was the call? Was that a good hit?
I think so.
Okay. They said it was a good hit. I don't think they even watched the replay.
Was there a discrepancy?
I didn't think it, you know. Everybody's saying good, but to me it was hard to tell. Which is why I thought we're doing the replay. I wanted to see it. We should have replayed that.
A little late now.
Somebody said the legend of Sean lives on. So, yeah, Sean walked up and was trying to talk to Susan when she was at the head of the table. She was not having it. She was like, no, not happening.
She wasn't too thrilled about it, but Steve actually said I had to fade him for the whole last match. And Steve followed it up by saying, I think everybody in here owes me a drink. I said, Steve, I will buy you a drink for making it through that last match. That was a tough match. Great shot. My racks are gone. Someone took mine. Somebody took the rack. They were either right here or in my backpack.
Maybe see if Gary makes an announcement or something.
It's not a big deal. It's only like 5 or 10 of them. Thank you. Oops, let's fix that scoreboard, huh? I've done that a few times now. I accidentally hit that enter key. Trying to enter everything in. Do want to give a big, huge, special shout out to Outsville and their AccuRack. Chris Renfro, thank you so much for your support of this event. Can't express enough how much we appreciate it. These racks have been phenomenal. You did such a great job on them. The graphics look great. The racks are busted open just like they should. Thank you so much, and we do appreciate you. I see that I've been tagged about a dozen times in the chat. Folks, give me just a couple minutes. I will. Oscar, did you just call me Ben Ellerman? I mean, we've known each other like 20 years, but we're not family. We may as well be, though. It's a nice touch if he doesn't hook himself.
Yeah, let's see if this little incident that just happened actually cost Susan more than just that one game. I mean, there was no guarantee she was going to get out there, but, you know, obviously she's, you know, guy comes up to say goodbye, and then she immediately misses.
Yeah,
and now Steve's running out here.
There was a little bit of sharking going on there. Oh, I see Chris is in the chat. Chris Renfro. Awesome. Perfect timing on that. Yeah, buddy. The racks did show up on time. They came in, I believe, Thursday, early afternoon. I wouldn't even say good speed. I'd say great speed, pal. Thank you so much. They look great. They're racking great. Everybody's having a good time with them. I think I had about 10 of them stolen from me, but we're trying to find them. We'll get our hands on them, but either way, big, huge shout out to Outsville and Chris Renfro for their support with this event.
Just needs to not get behind that 10 ball, and I think he got there.
I think he just got good on this 6.
So I'm playing this with inside English and coming around 2 rails.
Wow.
Out through the center of the table.
I'm drawing behind the 9 and 10. You're really going that way?
Well, better than that, but yeah.
I'm drawing behind.
He kind of punched it, so it took it up table, but he could have definitely curled that corner a little better.
I was
and
thinking
tracked
about
towards
drawing
you.
behind the 9 and 10 and ended up somewhere over here.
Yeah, I think you're drunk.
What? I don't drink. Off iced tea? Are you kidding me?
How would Nick?
I mean, it's Long Island.
If Nick
but
DeLeon's playing it, how would he have played it? Let's see if he's watching in comments. So Steve needs
Nick
to
would play it
knock
exactly
this
how
one
I
down.
tell
Let's
him
see. Nice shot.
to. Ooh,
Yeah, so this
that's a
did cost a
confidence building
couple.
shot right there.
This did cost a couple here.
Watch how fast I change this score. You won't even see it. You won't even see it. It'll just go from 7 to 8.
You're an animal.
I'm
Best
beast
scorekeeper
mode.
in the land.
Best scorekeeper ever.
Don't hit enter.
Look at that. Did you see that? It was like, bam, I'm here. Now I'm gone. Now I'm here.
Well, you know, I mentioned before, this is a long race. And one thing I just want to point out, remember Susan got to 11. Everybody thought she won. I think she might have thought she won for a minute. Then it was pointed out that it was 15. Then she's running out. She gets sharked. She misses. Steve gets out. Steve breaks and runs. Did he break and run that? I think he did.
To be honest, I can't answer, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think he might have.
I didn't realize that Sean coming over here sharked her in any form or fashion.
Huh?
I didn't see that.
You didn't see that happen?
I mean, I saw Sean come over here. Obviously, I spoke with him for a second. I had a word with him, but I didn't realize
It was the very next shot she missed.
I didn't realize it could have had something to do with that. Okay, rack number 20. We are racing to 15. Dry break. Susan's not left with much. She's not going to jump at this ball. She's going to push out. She may kick. Actually, I don't mind the 2-rail kicking the backside of this one ball, trying to kick and stick. And using the 6 ball for coverage. I hope I'm not talking too loud because
I'll tell you
she
what,
may have heard me.
if she rolls out over by the 10, one thing she really has to consider is the fact that Steve will bank that 1 and try to make the 10. So maybe if you're going to do that, you do it in a way that moves the 10 out.
Well, I think my shot's kind of out of the question. I think my 2-rail, I think the 4-rail's in the way. Or the 4-ball is in the way of the path I was trying to take. I don't know if she can get... This is what I was talking about.
Kick behind the 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know if she can avoid the 4.
Well, she could use the 2 for a
gonna roll
push.
out. She's going to roll out. I like the shot better. She's going to force him to bank or play safe.
Yeah.
And let's see what Steve decides to do here. You bank at this ball, I don't think there's any reward in banking it because of where the 2 is. I'm going to kick the back of it and try to stick it there and send the 1 ball. Oh, he went the other way.
Wow, and cut it in.
He did cut it in. I don't like it. I mean, you can see the edge of the 2. It's not going to pass the 10.
Yeah, but
It's not a. I mean,
You
it's not a
could
bad
play the
shot.
10.
It's not a bad shot. It's just not the shot
he
that I
could
was
play
thinking.
the 2 off the rail into the 10. He's not going to... It looks like if he can get enough to play the billiard, he's going to play the billiard.
I like hitting it full in the face, banking it 2 rails up table, and using the 5-7 for coverage. Just like that. A little harder is what I was thinking, but
I tell you, if you're
Same
Steve here, it's like scratch and claw, find your way back in, scratch and claw. Get a game here, get a game there, pick up a safe here, pick up a couple balls there. You know, you can't get, you know, like talking to Mitch, you know, just the other day. Mitch was like, you can't win 6 games in a row. You got to take them each game one at a time. Great advice, you know. This is what he needs to do here.
Susan grabbed her jump cue. I was thinking something possibly along those lines, but she must be very
I don't think
comfortable.
she can get to that side round, past the side. I really don't.
Yeah, I think you actually might be right. She's going dart style. She's got her Robin Dodson.
The frog.
The frog. She said, whoops. And then she laughs about it. You gotta love Susan.
Alright, this is very manageable now for Steve. You know, just stop the
Very
ball
what?
here. Manageable. Stop the
I thought
ball
you said
here.
magical.
Butterflies and
This is so magical for
Sprinkles.
Steve.
yeah, just stop your ball. No. I want a decent angle.
I like what he did better than just stopping it. And go 2 rails forward. Ends up right about here. Ish. Now he ends up about here. After catching the rail. I'm just going to stop telestrating because clearly I don't know what I'm doing.
He's got to be a little careful here because as he shoots the 5 ball, he's going to slide into the 7. He doesn't want to mess up.
I think he can avoid the 7.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he can
Ben,
avoid
you
the
just
7.
need to stop. He repositioned it nicely though because now it's
Well,
just
yeah,
make the 6
he
ball.
could have avoided it, but he decided he wanted to put it in front of the side instead.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh my. Oh my. That might be
Yes.
the
That one
biggest
hurts.
swing in the match right there.
That one hurts.
What do you do here though? It's tough. I mean, if I'm Susan, I'm probably gonna do something like this.
You realize your arrows are straight in, right?
Yeah. But what
Yeah, I think I
I'm
would.
trying to have some fun with it. Come on.
Boy. I think you should go say hi to the players in the middle of the match.
Right now?
Yeah, why not? Everybody else is.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay. This is pretty much ideal here for Susan. Chance to go up 12 to 8.
Chris Renfro. If you're still in the room, Chris Renfro. Oops. Where did it go? Chris Renfro. There it is. Look at that. Isn't that magical? I shouldn't say magical. It's outsbilical. We don't want to call it magic.
Where's she shooting the 9-ball, Ben?
All right. Well, I take that back. She's going to play it on the right side.
Yeah, she's looking at that.
I had to think for just a moment. My first instinct is to play everything with draw. First instinct is to draw.
I kind of like.
I like just rolling this ball.
I like playing on the side here because if she plays in the corner, let's say she doesn't draw back enough on the 8, then she's heading the wrong way with the cue ball on the 9. But here, as she rolls forward, there's not a whole lot that can happen where she's not going to be able to pocket the 9 and keep the cue ball down this side of the table.
Correct. And the 10's off the rail, too. So she's got a little bit of breathing room, if you will. Did you see her bunt that ball?
Yeah.
Her backstroke was, we'll say, 10 inches. Her forward stroke was 2 or 3, 4 maybe. And I think she did the right thing on that shot. You don't want a full-on stroke on that shot. So she did well there. I bet you $5 she plays the 9 in the side. No? No bet?
Wait a minute, I'm going to lose $10 to you already on this set, it looks like.
I'll tell you what, if Susan
You were
wins,
hustling me all weekend.
I'll tell you
to
what,
get
if Susan... Well, I'm going to be perfect. I called Susan from... Well, I don't want to fix anything, but... I called Susan when she won the qualifier.
Did you?
Yeah. It's online, too. I screenshotted it just so I could throw it back in people's faces later, just in case. Because I'm never right, but if I am...
That's funny.
Yeah. I swear I love
So
this
this was
gal.
a nice out by Susan.
Yeah, it was.
This is No. 12 to 8. 3 games away.
Real quick, folks, I'm going to give you guys a shout out to one of our sponsors, Big Time Threads, and their support. Alright, back to the action. I butchered the commercial. Sorry.
Shot it right into the rail.
Shot it right into the rail. I certainly did.
Okay.
Did she make a ball? 1,
I
2, 3,
don't
4, 5,
think
6,
so.
7, 8, 9, 10. No, she didn't.
One
She
is
did.
straight
She's
in.
golden, but she didn't.
Question is the 2 past the
Yes.
7?
Yes, it does. 11 out of
Remember,
7 days of the week.
that's the tightest pocket on the table. We assessed that earlier.
I know that the folks at home listening right now probably don't recall what I'm about to refer to, but do you remember the shot down the rail you had me look at earlier that you thought went?
Yes.
This one's an inch, 2 inches further away. This one definitely goes. You could almost put 2
Hey, I'll
balls
tell you what.
together.
When you're looking at a TV screen for 2 weeks or two days,
2 weeks.
watching all
What
these
are you
matches.
commentating on? WPA? Because that was 2 weeks. God, that was so brutal but fun. Cowboys, if you're watching, I had to put up with you for 2 weeks. But at the same time, you had to put up with me for 2 weeks. So I guess we're even. You know Carl, right? Carl Boyce from Europe?
I mean, I don't know him, but yes, I know
Would
him.
you like to do an interview with him? Because I could.
Yes, I would
Okay.
like to.
You and I need to talk outside of this because I can get you in touch with a couple of people. But Carl is a very, very good friend of mine.
Oh, we
Carl
did make
Boyce.
it. I would like to talk
We
to him.
commentated on an event that was 8 days long. I want the people to hear this. 8 days long. Every single event, or every single match, we alternated a $20 bet. I picked one person, he picked one person. I picked one person, he picked one person. For every single match of the event. When the tournament was done, we owed each other $0.
Dead even.
Dead.
I love it.
Dead even. At the end of day one, I was stuck 120
That's
at
sick.
$20 a match.
And so does the person who's stuck get to pick the winner for the next match? Why didn't
We
do
just
this?
alternated each rack,
We
and
could've done
I
this.
wanted to do that, but I wasn't
Instead
sure
of
if there was
doing like
something
silly
you'd be
little
interested
prop bets that we were doing.
in. Carl and I and Jason and I were doing $20 on every match. And at the end of the 8 or 9 day event, whatever someone was stuck was going to pay up. Carl and I were literally dead tied.
He's cutting this, I think.
I like cutting this. Most people think it's crazy, but I like cutting this, checking it with a little bit of inside and trying to hit the 10 ball with the cue ball. I don't think he has enough insight on this ball. I think he comes to the left of the 8 ball. And I'm wrong, but he hit it too full. Or too thin, I should say. He got perfect on the 6. Or the 6. For my Spanish folk. You know, one of these days I'm going to commentate completely in Spanish because I do speak it. Everything you say in English, I'll just recite back in Spanish.
You know what? On the stream, people are talking like this match is already over. Like Susan's got it in the bag, and you know, while she is in, you know, control right now, it's not over.
Andy Hughes, let me tell you something real quick, which you may or may not already know, may or may not matter. Susan is always a good bet. Always a good bet. She was playing against Deborah Aarons in 2012 at the U.S. Bar Table Championships in Reno. I was there. Walter Glass came up to me and asked me if I wanted to bet on Susan Williams for $200. I said, sure. He said, actually, quote, do you want to bet on your girl from Arizona? She's playing against Deborah, my girl from Vegas. I said, sure. I don't care who Susan's playing. As long as it's Susan, I'll bet on whoever she's playing against. Well, I was in a trap. Because at the time, Walter approached me. Susan was down 5-1 in a race to 7. Susan, God bless her, came back and won 7-5.
Wow, nice shot, Susan. Oh.
Susan ended up winning the match. Walter comes up to me and pays up, and I went to Susan and I gave her 2 green chips, which are $25 chips at the blackjack table. So I gave her $50. She was looking at me. What are you doing? What's this for? I said, I bet.
A little jelly.
I said, I bet $200 on you, and you didn't even know it. And not only did you win, but you were stuck.
Yeah, you know, people don't do that as much as they should. You know,
I am
like if you make hundreds
such
of dollars,
a believer in karma. It's
yeah,
crazy.
Well, it's just the right thing to do, and you know, there's so many. I don't want to call them nits, but I don't really know a better word. You know, people bet hundreds of dollars on matches all the time. Somebody wins, they can't even throw them $20. Come on.
I hear ya. It's a tough shot here. This is actually a super tough shot here. Yeah, this is
I think I might
super
look at-
tough. You might look at going behind the 7 to the
Yeah,
right of the
that's what I was
7.
thinking.
You almost have to. You got to shoot.
This isn't even because you got to beat the 9, and when you
Even
do,
if you beat the 9, you're selling something
this.
out. Oh my gosh, you double kissed and left it right where it was.
that was beautiful.
You couldn't hit it any better than that. If he hits either side of that ball,
He's gonna be right back
the
down
cue
there.
ball
Though.
and the object ball squirt opposite directions, and there's a shot in either corner pocket.
Susan's gonna put him right back in there though.
I think Susan should thin this 6 and play the cue ball behind the 10.
No, she's gonna slide him right under the 7.
No, she's going to thin the
Oh,
6
you're
and
right.
play the cue ball behind the 10. She's got the 9 and 10 as blockers. She hit it a little firm, but
See, so now he can then the other side of the 6 go up table and leave either a combination or maybe even something worse. Just here you're trying to create separation. You just want that cue ball way up on that top row.
Mike, I disagree. I think she always plays her best. I mean, even if it's not her best performance, I think she gives her best every single time she's at the table. And that's why I absolutely would pay money to play Scotch doubles with her. I think I had to beg you to peel her away for a weekend just to play an event with her years back as my Scotch doubles partner.
I think I'm playing the billiard here, Ben.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
I kind of like.
There's not a whole lot of good. Yeah, you can continue to play the safe game.
I like banking the 6 under the 10 and using the 9-10 for coverage.
Yeah, but you do that. Let's
What
say
if you
don't execute and you leave the 6 in front of the 10.
True.
Or lines up for the 6.
The flip
10
side
up
of
in
that
the
is
corner.
the flip side of that is your shot. What if you play that carom and you don't make that 7? Now you've left the 7 in the jaws and you've left a straight in shot in the 6 to the upper right.
That's why you don't miss it.
It's it's 6 of one and half a dozen of another, in my opinion.
I think it's it's a easy enough shot to execute.
I was gonna draw it out, but I think she just needs to bank like this. Yep. Yeah, follow that line, sweetheart. Man, I can call it sometimes.
I
But
wonder how much you can see of this.
he might be able to do something along these lines.
I think he can see enough to bank the 6 back up the center of the table, but not to get the cue ball down under the 7.
Something along the... Oh, no, you didn't hit it nearly hard enough.
That was a pretty
I
good
like
shot.
that shot, though. That's a good shot. I'm trying to predict as well as have fun with this new Telestrator software I have.
Can she see this ball on the side? Like, does it pass the 8?
I don't know. It makes me sick to give you guys this angle because it's not perfect, and I'm sorry the camera is crooked. I tried to move the camera for a previous match. I have to get away from it. I'm sorry. I'm too OCD. I can't display that.
She did point towards the side pocket. Let's see.
I think it does go though. But she's got to hit it firm and draw under it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. She had to draw between the 9 and 10 and come back up in between the 9 and 7.
And she left a shot.
This is one of the bigger shots in the match right here. Steve has to make this ball. He has to make this ball. Or get lucky. He didn't get either.
No.
Susan was real quick to jump out of her chair and... But this is a bit of a funny angle too, because she appears to me anyway to be about dead straight in. So dude, what do you do? I mean, I know what I do. I got a carbon fiber shaft with the stroke of a maniac. I'm going to draw this ball back. Does she have that stroke in her? Yeah. Get up. Yeah.
Just enough.
You might even see the 9-ball move here. And if she clips the 9, I think she ends up above the 8-ball. You see what I'm saying? Where she cuts the 7, but clips the 9, I think she ends above the 8-ball.
It's not a bad idea to play into the 9 like that.
Did I literally just say she...
Well, you said clipped. She played to like
She
hit the
clipped
9s.
the edge of the 9 and ended up above the 8-ball.
Okay.
Is that not what I said?
That's not what she did. She came right into the face of the 9.
Oh. I want to hit that replay button, but it's only about a 10-second delay.
So this shot, she can cut the 8 and the 9 and kill the cue ball with a little bit of low inside English. It'll just deaden. She just wants to come up a little bit here. Okay, she's got to do a little something here. She's going to have to go up and back.
He's not here. Rail first. Oh no,
scratch.
she's gonna scratch. Damn. Well, that's unfortunate for Susan. I'm just gonna put Steve back within 3. It's alright though, Susan's got the mental toughness of every single person I've ever met. That's not gonna faze her at all. She'll be over it before he even racks.
It's a good victory for Steve, though. Kind of get within reach here. If he could possibly muster up a break and run here and get to double digits, that would be psychologically huge for him.
Okay, I'm watching, obviously I'm watching what you all are watching at home, but I'm also keeping an eye on the chat. And a person just tuned in that I was hoping would tune in. Mr. Joseph Barrera. I really hope you're paying attention to what's going on here today, this weekend. I'm not trying to pick your team for you. As a matter of fact, I'm no longer even the captain for Team Las Vegas. I relinquished that position due to personal things going on in my life. However, you have a warrior right here who is putting on one hell of a display. She's got my vote, and I'm not even in Arizona.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, dry break from Mr. Steve Lingafelter brings Susan back to the table, the wide open table. 4, 5, 8 are the only issues that I can see at the moment. Alright, in that area there.
And the 4 is makeable in that bottom left corner pocket. The question would be then the 5. Do you play into it? Do you try to...
You play into it, you create some sort of separation, which I like. If you don't play into it, I think the 5 might go over here. Yeah. But you're going to need to get, obviously, dead perfect as far as angle is concerned on the 4 to drift over for that. But we're talking about Susan Williams here. That's the definition of perfect. Alright, my favorite Arizona female pool players tuned in watching. Amber Dawn Call.
Amber.
I love that girl. We go way back. She staked me. It was funny. She staked me for like a year. It was the weirdest thing. She was like a rabbit's foot.
Was she desperate?
No. Was she desperate? Stop it. Has she ever been desperate? That girl doesn't ever need to be. She staked me for like a year and a half right before I moved to Arizona. Didn't lose a single match. Played Nick DeLeon, Derek Kraft. I played everybody you could think of. $500, $1,000 matches. She staked me in every one of them. I won every one of them. I had such a great year under her belt. I owe her a lot. We had a fantastic year together. Without her help, I may not have been able to move here because I was playing a lot of pool and relying on it for money, putting myself in good games, and on her dime. And she took care of me, and
she's always looking to get into action on these matches. Which
I love Nick to death. I'll never gamble with him again because I want to leave on a high note. But the last time we played, he gave me 2 games on the wire in a race of 15, and I beat him 15-10.
Yeah.
So I actually beat him by more than what he had given up, which is a small little feather in my own cap, but
oh, come on, Ron. I told you I'd play you, now you want to change the game.
What are you guys trying to play? Is that Preacher on?
He called me out. He said he wants to play a Main Street. He wants
Play
to play
what, though?
one pocket, even, 2,000 in the middle.
Oh, of course. Come on, Ron.
And he was all about it till I said yes, and now he wants to negotiate.
Tell him this. Tell him you'll play him one pocket for whatever he wants. If he'll play you bar, table, 8-ball for whatever you want. One pocket is his game.
Okay.
As far as I know, bar table 8 ball is your game.
Yeah.
You guys both get a slice of your own pie.
I just want to play him what he said he wanted to play me.
I don't know how you play one pocket, but I know Ron plays fantastic one pocket.
I hear that.
You shout out to Ron. Preacher Ron, Mr. Ron Rutan. I don't even know if you remember me, but it's okay. I'm sure he does, but...
I think she's going to try to come off this rail
she
and come
thin-
right into the 6 ball.
I was going to say, can she thin this and avoid the 8?
She missed it, but...
I was concerned she may collide with the 8 ball and leave a straight-in shot.
Yeah. Alright.
Folks, this is the finals of our 580 and under $1,000 entry fee tournament. We had a full field of 32 players.
Good shot.
There's also an additional $12,400 in side pot money. This is the finals. Steve and Susan have decided to chop up the side pot money only. So that $12,400 has been evenly distributed, $6,200 apiece amongst both players. And the winner of this match gets an additional $14,000. The loser gets $6,000. So this is one of the coolest, biggest tournaments you're gonna find.
That was a good shot by Steve. That shot comes up all the time. And look,
Especially for the Fargo rating cap that it's at. You know, you can find a handful of tournaments that are $1,000 entry fee, but you're going to run into the likes of Shane and Jason Shaw and Josh Filler, blah, blah, blah. This is 580 and under. So this is people that know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know where they stand, and they know that they've got a chance.
that was close.
Slightly undercut by Susan.
She left a jump shot.
She did.
So Steve, I think, has... Did you say he has the tadpole jump cue?
Steve has the tadpole, and
It doesn't look like he's going to jump it, though.
Susan has the frog, or frogger. Both are Robin Dodson jump cues. I couldn't tell you the difference aside from the color. One's black and one's green. I don't know if one jumps better in close quarters or something along those lines, but
that's going to leave a shot.
yeah, this is a good opportunity for Susan to get within 2 of victory.
She might be able to finesse this ball around the 7.
That's what I was about
just
to ask you. Do you roll this ball and check it with inside, or do you stroke this ball and go around that 7?
I think you could get in trouble here.
If you try to check it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you end up almost on top of that 7. Or into it. I like going underneath it. You just got to make sure you play your speed right and don't get the 10 ball in the picture.
She focused real hard on tracking the cue ball and didn't pocket the ball.
Okay, so I can't help but notice that the volume in the building just went up. So I'm going to turn our mics down. Oh. Looks like the bar turned the volume down. Never mind. I don't want us to get flagged for any copyright infringement or anything along those lines, or have Facebook drop our stream. So when the music gets loud, I will either start talking much more to try and trick Facebook, or I will run my own background music. I have created my own beats, thousands of them. Oh well, hundreds of them.
Hold on a sec, Ben. Sure. Susan just pulled out the jump cue. You think she's going to jump and try to rail first this ball? Yeah, she is.
She pull out a jump cue?
Yeah. She's going to jump the 7, try to just
She's going to
miss
jump
the
the
8.
8.
Well, no, the 7, and try to just miss the 8.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at it. I thought the 6 ball was the cue ball. I apologize. Just based on where she was standing, I'm sorry.
It's easy to do that at this stage. We've lifted some of the shots this weekend. So I'm showing 282 people, and you have 278. I think that means like 4 people have blocked you.
If you think I only have 4 people on my list that have blocked me, you are off by tenfold. do want to say thank you to Junior Flores, Dean Howell, Andy Hughes,
Lucky.
Robert Hazel, Norman Woodley, Didi Caballo, Sophia, Nick De Leon. You guys are sweethearts. Thank you for all the kind words. We certainly do appreciate it.
So looky here. Steve has an opportunity to draw
guys are
within
awesome.
12 to 10.
You guys are awesome.
Really start to make a match out of this. And, you know, Susan over here on the, she's kind of about 6 feet away from me, and she's kind of stretching her back out. And, you know, I think she is starting to feel a little tired. She needs to make sure that she gets to the finish line here, so.
Watch the wrist. I'm watching the replay on my phone just because I've been watching this guy's left wrist all weekend. Yep, he did it again. He didn't come through straight. He came through and he curled. Yep, exactly like you just did. Now I know you guys can't see what we're talking about, but he curls it in toward himself.
That'll be something good for him to watch on film.
I hope he does, because I'm not criticizing him. I'm not coming down on him whatsoever at all. I hope it's beneficial to him. You know, I've every time I win or lose a match that's been on stream, every time I'll go back and watch it. Sometimes 2 or 3 times, win or lose. And every single time I've picked up some slight little piece of helpful information. Something I was doing wrong, or something I was doing right, or something I can improve on. Something I overlooked.
This tournament was a 32-player, $1,000 entry fee tournament. And we're down to the final 2 here in the finals. One race to 15 for quite a bit of money. Score is Susan Williams 12, Steve Lingafelter 9. Steve's at the table shooting the 7 ball.
Steve, this is the first I've met Steve at this event, I believe, anyhow. Very nice man, super cordial, super polite gentleman.
Yeah.
However, I'm going to be ecstatic.
Why's there got to be a however?
I'm going to elaborate. However, I'm going to be ecstatic, at least inside, for a couple of days minimum if Susan wins this tournament.
You're supposed to be impartial, Ben.
I mean, commentator-wise, I'm impartial, yes. Internally, I've known Susan for a very long time. She's always done me very well. We've played Scotch doubles event together. Her husband is one of my, I don't want to say rival. Him and I are very close to even games. Him and Mike and I. You know Mike Williams, I'm sure.
Played against him a few weeks ago.
Yeah. They're 2 of the most genuine people you will ever meet in your entire life. If she loses right now, and the tournament director stuck her for what she was owed, she wouldn't even fuss. Okay, whatever, I got screwed out of this much money, I'm just going to leave. That's just the type of person Susan is. She wouldn't get on Facebook and be like, oh, so-and-so screwed me out of $6,000. She wouldn't. That's just how she is. They are absolute, the definition of people you want at your house party.
Yeah.
People you want at your weddings or your gatherings, your New Year's Eve parties, and stuff like that.
He left just enough here for her to rail first this ball and make it. And it's pretty natural to come around for shape on this 8 ball. So.
Oh gosh, I didn't get a chance to check my text messages, so right now I've been... Oh, Spike's got me cracking up.
Let's see if she can make a good shot here.
Oh my
Very
gosh.
close.
She's gonna be okay, I think, on the leave.
Yeah. Steve's gonna cut it.
Yeah,
He's had enough. It's like, I just want to cut this ball on. Even the way he holds the cue, Ben, is curled up. See what I mean? Like
yeah,
it's not.
I see that wrist.
His
It's
wrist
just-
is inside.
But look how much he overcut that ball too.
Yeah, I think if he
I
worked on
kind of
that.
want to take a look at this again because I thought she made that when she hit it. Yeah, as weird as it sounds, I'm probably gonna look at it one more time. Nope.
Yeah, so if you look at Susan's wrist position, the cue's like
Dead
straight down.
Dead straight.
Yeah, it's a very good mechanics. And if you look at Steve's, it's kind of curled up under, which is not good.
Not typically,
Mechanics.
no. Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
something you would
You
teach.
can fade it. I mean,
It's
there's
not
people.
It's not something you teach. That's
Yeah.
how I refer to it. If it works for you and it's something you've done forever,
Yeah.
more power to you.
I mean,
It's
guys
just
like
not
Keith McCready have,
Oh gosh.
you know, they shoot sidearm, but he's just very good at it. You know,
Get him on your podcast.
wouldn't that be fun?
That would be. I'm looking forward to hopefully you getting him in the future.
Well, you know him pretty well, right? We talked on the phone last week, so there's a good chance. The problem with him is the technology. he doesn't
just-
strike me as a guy who know how to do a Zoom
Yeah,
call.
he
but,
looks at his computer
know.
and he's like, it's like a nightmare.
yeah,
It just keeps getting
Isn't
worse.
it? Yeah, that's funny.
See what I did there?
Yeah, no, I think
Most people probably didn't see what I just did right there, but
I think we will get him on, and I think a lot of people enjoy his stories.
well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm sure you've got some that are already done already that I don't know about. I'm sure you've got some that are planned. A couple people you've already spoken with and already reached out to and got plans on doing something. Whatever you don't have already planned, if there's anything I can help with. I happen to have little quaint relationships with quite a few people. And I know you do too as well. But if there's somebody that you'd like to reach out to or interview that you may or may not have contact with, or somebody you're not super familiar with, and it's potentially somebody that I know,
Yeah, I really appreciate that,
I'd be
man.
more than happy to make that happen.
Yeah. You know, because
Or help make that
look,
happen, I should say.
I do sales in my day job, right? It's always easier when, you have a warm contact where somebody introduces you as opposed to a cold contact where you just, call Shane Van Bonen and say, "Hi, I'm this guy who does a podcast. Would you like to be on?"
Well,
somebody.
If we call Shane, I got to get him on speakerphone and we got to turn the volume way up. Or get him to crank his hearing aids. He would be a good
I
one.
would love
he would be a
to
good.
talk to
He'd
Shane. I
probably
mean,
be one of
he's-
the best ones you could get on
He's
there.
just,
But
he's
It'd
just
be-
phenomenal.
it'd be tough to. I mean, not tooting my own horn, but he and I both play for the same team as far as QTech is concerned, and I don't even know if I could call him and get an hour of his time.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
imagine
saying?
he's busy.
Like
yeah.
he's a busy guy. He's got a lot going on. He's got a life. He's Shane Van Boning.
I know. See if you can put the cue right behind the
But the
six
flip
ball.
side of that, he might just be like, "Hell yeah, man! Let's chat it up for 2 hours. Let's go."
Yeah,
You never know, By the way, phenomenal shot right there.
very nice shot.
Holy cow. See if we have time to replay that.
Mike Williams. Oh, Mike. Mike says, I might be able to get you in touch with this Susan girl.
Oh, Mike Williams.
That's awesome.
Ravindra, aren't you here? I just saw you a minute ago. I was just complimenting your shoes. Before I moved to Vegas, I thought I knew who the best dressed man in billiards was.
Look at this.
Until I
Look at
met
this. Look at this.
Ravindra.
Fall.
Wow.
Everybody wants that ball to fall.
Wow.
Heck of a shot. That's, man. What a shot. I think Susan is definitely the fan favorite here. And
Yeah.
that's nothing personal against Steve. I just think that, one, you have the,
The female
the
aspect.
female, yeah. And two, like you said, she seems like pretty.
Watch the scratch. Oof. And it
And
still
by all
goes.
accounts, she's
he
a
came out golden.
solid person. you know, and so people like rooting for people like that.
Yeah, she's super awesome. I know everybody in here doesn't know her on a personal level, but I've been fortunate enough to get to know her and her husband pretty well, and literally like the absolute genuine definition of genuine. And their little daughter is about the cutest darn thing in the world.
So this is a pretty nice opportunity here where I think he can...
You go 2 rails?
No, I think he can kind of...
Slow roll with one
roll
and kill it?
No, I wouldn't have done that. I would just hit it with left and come off that side rail.
Pocket the 3 and hook yourself behind the 9? Type of shot?
Now that I look at it, it's actually a little trickier than I envisioned, so... Let me not speculate.
Now what do you do? Alright, see what he's doing. He's doing math right now. He's cutting the 2... No, I'm serious. He's cutting the 2 in half. He was looking at the midpoint between the 2. You can call it physics, call it math, call it what you want. I'm a math nerd. Like I told you, I went MIT. Math is my thing. You get it great, but there's an option for Susan. I should have graduated. God, if I'd have graduated, I'd certainly been making 6-7 figures. Oh well, I'll be a pool player instead.
Thank you, Vicky. Have a good night at work.
Is that Vicky Carter?
It is.
Vicky Carter Ward?
Yep.
It is.
Just
Hi,
heading to
Vicky.
work.
I got my phone put away right now, so I'm not following the chat, but that's actually Rebecca Wagner's roommate. Super sweet gal. She works nights, so she probably just got up not too long ago. Now, what do you like here? I don't know if she can see all of it, so she may have to cross-bank this. And even if you can see all of this, as weird as it sounds, I still like cross-banking it because of what it does with the cue ball. This is what I was talking about, though. Even if she misses it, she's golden.
Yeah, that was a good shot. She's coming with some good near misses. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh.
Is that mine?
You're leaving? You're going nowhere. Can I have another, you leaving? Can I have one more? One more of these? And, Jack. We should be even right now, right? I hate you. Yeah.
You got 2 5s?
I got whatever you need, baby.
2 5s.
I probably don't have it, but that's okay.
We're just settling up our tabs, guys. Sorry.
How much is your tab?
16.
I got it.
No,
It's okay.
no, it's good. You got it. You've been too generous.
I'm just grateful you came out. You and I don't know each other that great.
We do now.
And now we've had an opportunity to hang out and do some commentary together. And
It's been fun.
now you're gonna turn into one of those people that's on my radar that I want to play for money. And then you're gonna turn into one of those people that takes all my money. By the way, shout out to Emilio Maestas. You know Emilio?
Yeah.
Yeah. That MFer.
What?
I've driven back to Arizona 2 or 3 times to play him for $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $8,000. I lost every time.
Cat plays pretty good.
He does. I don't tend to perform well until the later stages of the match. And then I start playing like Mitch and Scott, and you think, what the hell? Where'd this guy come from? Where's he been all match? But it's only there for a couple of games.
Yeah, I think I watched one of those matches.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to put the jinx on her here, but I think she's going to get to the hill. Make sure somebody else doesn't take that.
I'm a little disappointed that I literally had at least 10 to 15
Uh-oh. That was not...
template racks disappear, which is fine. She spears it in the side, she goes 1 rail down to the foot rail and back up. Do I need to draw it for you? I gladly will. Okay. Bam. Oops. Let's Let's let the people see
Yeah,
it.
that's probably what she's gonna play. She could also follow.
She's gonna go bam into the 9. Cue ball down here. Cue ball back up here.
Well, she's gonna follow 3 rails.
Well, of course she is, because that's not what I said. And it was a way smarter shot. She came up short side, but she's still okay.
Again, these types of shots, we've been saying it all weekend, but you miss this, miss it by overcutting it.
Correct.
You get a good chance of getting safe.
Yeah, if you want to, you don't want to miss the shot, but if you are going to miss it, this is the spot to miss it too. So it ends up tracking back this direction while the cue ball heads up table and leaves nothing for your opponent. If you undercut this ball, it ends up going something along these lines and selling up. You don't want that. I'm having so much fun with this new Illustrator software. She shot that opposite-handed.
Oh, yes, she did.
She shot that opposite-handed.
Left-handed, stroked it like a champ.
Oh my gosh. Susan Williams is on the hill. Steve Lingafelter needs 6. He needs a doctor at this point. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick.
Alright guys, Susan Williams on the hill. Steve Lingafelter still with just 9 games. So he's going to have to start moving quick. You know, obviously Susan's in control right here. And, you know, she's heavy favorite to win from here. You know, but keep in mind that last game tends to always be the toughest to get. So if Steve could mount maybe 3 in a row here, things change a little bit. People get nervous and things can happen. So hang with us. Let's see how this thing shakes out. You know, she just pocketed the ball in this break, and these balls, there's no any balls on the table within 6 inches of any other ball. So this is definitely a runnable rack. And what a great way to end this event if she could break and run here. Everybody on the stream seeing it too. They're saying break and run, here it comes. I think a lot of people are pulling for that. Knowing Steve the way I know him, he might be, you know, obviously he wants to win, but I think he'd be happy for her if she broke and ran here. Well, she got jacked up on the 4 ball. She didn't want to do that, so she's gonna have to come with a shot here. And this will probably be a decider in whether she gets out here or not. Man. Yeah, once she got jacked up on that ball, it makes it exponentially harder. That's a good little shot there, good little safety. You see that come up in games like One Pocket quite a bit. Just kick off the rail, bank the 2 ball out to the center, and create a lot of distance with the cue ball and the 2 ball. Susan can get, looks like about half of this 2 ball, so she's just got to figure out exactly where she wants the cue ball and the 2 ball to end up. She could cut it over toward the 9 and play to get around by the 4 ball, but she had a very nice shot. It's a little simpler than the other shot. Steve's gonna kick in behind this ball, and you know, I kind of like hitting it on the bottom side of the 2-ball, closest to this bottom side of the table. So the 2-ball goes up table. You could call it 10. If he would have hit it thinner, he could have called the 10 and tracked the cue ball over towards the 10 and shot the 2 up table. But he's left a shot here. It's not, you know, it's not an easy shot, 4 1/8 inch pockets, but it's definitely a makeable shot and could get Susan back in line to go for the victory. Looks like she's going to shoot this with low and try to come over to the side rail above the 4-ball. Well, looks like Steve has an opportunity for a 2-10 or a 3-10 combo here if he rolls up far enough on the 2-ball. He missed it. So now the same situation applies for Susan, where she can just draw back a little bit off this 2-ball and play the 3-10 for the victory. Well, it's right here in front of her for quite a bit of money. She drew a little further than she wanted, but it's still a very makeable shot. She just needs to take her time. She's calling a 10-ball. There it is. Susan Williams wins the Griff's 580 and under $1,000 entry 10-ball tournament. Takes home quite a bit of money. Steve Lingafelter finishes in second. He had a great tournament. Also takes home quite a bit of money. And that's a wrap, folks. We're going to leave this stream on for a second, only because I don't know how to turn it off and Ben stepped away. So he's coming back now. Guys, thanks so much for supporting the stream. We really appreciate it. We enjoyed bringing this to you. And stay tuned for all the happenings going on at Griff's in the future.
And actually, I don't even want to be disrespectful. I gave her a big Well, I had to step out for just a moment. Then he breaks back in the booth. Let's make it official, huh? Shall we? There we go.
Steve Lingafelter, runner-up in Griff's 580 and under tournament. 32-man field, $1,000 entry fee.
Did I pay you already?
He just made $6,000.
How much is it?
And congratulations to the winner, beating out a field of 30 men and 2 ladies. One of the ladies came out on top.
How much was that?
16. Congratulations. $14,000.
Congratulations to Susan Williams for taking first place and Steve Lingafelter for his second place finish.
Ben Sutherland, Joey Ryan in the booth, Marcus Graham. Jason Osborne.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate the one. Appreciate the one clap we got. Well, they don't get to hear us here, you know.
Sure.
32-man tournament.
Folks, my name is Ben Sutherland. I've been joined all weekend by my good buddy Joey Ryan. He's out of the booth at the moment.
Did you hear that slip of the tongue? It was a 32-man tournament.
I think he said one female.
No, but he just said it was a 32-man tournament.
Oh. My name is Ben Sutherland, aka Benny Breaks, joined by Joey Ryan all weekend long. It has been an absolute blast. This has been such a treat. Congratulations to Susan Williams for her victory over Stephen Lingafelter and the entire field of 31 other players. We've already disclosed dollar amounts. She's leaving here with over $20,000. It has been a fantastic weekend for her, a fantastic weekend for us. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and run our sponsor graphics along with a little background music across the screen shortly. But for the moment, I'm actually going to leave up some graphics. I'm going to go ahead and shut down some audio, and I'm going to put on some background music just for the sake of us not getting flagged by Facebook. But I do want to thank you, all of you, so much. Thank you guys for the donations that we received. Thank you for your support, your feedback. If you guys watch this video down the road and you have any feedback, please feel free to personally message me. My name is Ben Sutherland. I'm always looking to improve, so whatever we can do. Thank you guys again so very much. And I'm just going to let this run for just a little bit. That's Marcus Graham in the middle. He ran our tournament. He was the promoter. Oop, I'm being called out, so I think we're going to take a picture.
Mark Griffin likes to be. When you get your mask down, man. Alright. You guys were awesome. Griff, appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
I'm gonna play you guys some food.
Give me a big old spot.
Huh?
You better give me a big old spot. What happened last time we played thankful? I do.
You ain't gonna love me.
I do. I'm one.
He said, I remember. Doing good job, you guys.
Appreciate it.
Alright. Now, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go.
How happy I was.
Got a crap table waiting for me.
I know there was two.
You guys want to come back to the office?
And then to see this.
Let's come back to the office. Okay. Is this yours?
I'm curious. If you'd like, I would imagine it could be provided. I do have. RPTRs. Did you hear him? Walking 2 hours. I might do that.
Holy shnikes, there's a lot of stuff to.
Yeah, there is. Alright, folks. It has been one heck of a weekend. It's been a ton of fun. I've been in the booth with my buddy Joey Ryan. He's going to hit a few balls right now on this table. I'm going to leave you with some background music and some graphics on behalf of our sponsors for a few minutes. Thank you so much to Outsville for their template racks, their AccuRack. Thank you to Piku for their amazing break and jump tips. Thank you to Simonis for their cloth. We've been using Simonis 860 cloth all weekend. Thank you to Slickster and Steve Blackburn for their apparel and their sponsorship donation. Omega and Acme, I can't say enough about Mike Huang and his staff. You guys are absolutely incredible. Adam Kroll with Big Time Threads, personal sponsor of mine as well as a sponsor of this event. And obviously I'm not going to forget Griffs and OBQs. Thank you, Mark Griffin, for this opportunity. Congratulations to Susan Williams for her first place finish. Congratulations to Stephen for his second place finish. You guys have been fantastic all weekend. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the comments. Again, I encourage you, if you guys re-watch this stream or watch it down the road, or if you don't see it for a year or 2 or 10 years from now, please do me a favor and send me a message. Anything we can do to improve. personally message me. My name is Ben Sutherland, aka Benny Breaks. I've got 2 Facebook pages. Ben Sutherland is my normal page. Benny Breaks is my athlete pool player page. This streaming stuff is something I really strive to get better at, and your input and your help and advice is crucial. So that's going to be my last parting note. Thank you guys so much, and have a great, safe, fun rest of your weekend. Thanks a lot. Take care.